Okay, I can read the blurb though, right? Okay, good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted electronically via WebEx webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who registered in advance will be connecting to the hearing using a phone or compatible electronic device and are able to make their presentations to committee using WebEx webinar. Participants will be muted automatically upon entry. When your item is called, participants will be unmuted one person at a time by the moderator. Please mute your devices until called upon to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Attendees who registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when their item is called. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, and at all other times your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will assist us by moderating the WebEx webinar platform, including sharing presentation material received within the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use the share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. My name is Nancy Oman and I will be chairing this hearing. Panel members participating via WebEx webinar who can be seen and heard are Larry Clay, Carl Nipfel, Aaron Cheng, and Joanne Hayes. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone attending today who wants to receive a copy of the committee's decision for an application must submit a written request by email to the general email address for the Committee of Adjustment, Toronto and East York District Office. Please include your name, address, and an email address. Committee of Adjustment and TLAB notifications and appeal updates will be sent by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions will be set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired, and when the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly, clearly state your name and address, and please confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first with a presentation of the application, and then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have completed their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will be unmuted and will have an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. When a presentation is not required, panel members may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Are there any declarations of interest by staff or the panel this afternoon? No? Okay. Any files to be closed, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and panel members. Yes, item 33, which will be during the 3:30 time slot or shortly thereafter.
Okay, so we can deal with it
At
then?
that time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any, I'm just looking through my notes, any deferrals? Yeah, 23? Because-
No, 23, I believe.
I read something about a sign not being posted, but I can ask when I
We can
get
ask
to
the
it.
applicant when it gets to that point. The only one I have listed here right now is item 39, 350 Vaughan Road, but again, that'll be after the 4:30 time slot.
Okay, yeah, it is. I just forgot to highlight it. Okay, thanks. All right. First item is item number 21, which is 260 Garden Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of surveys, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a staff report from Forestry asking for condition number 1. 3 form letters in support from residents on Garden Avenue, including both adjacent neighbors at 258 and 262, as well as 125 Glendale, and we have opposition from 100 Glendale. I am only showing the agent as a speaker. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon once again, committee. My name is Mike De Oliveira. I'm here representing 260 Garden Avenue, and I'm with Replacement Design located at 911 Davenport Road.
All right, welcome back. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? No? Ms. Hayes?
Yes, I have a couple. I'd like you to respond to some of the comments from the, if we're not having a presentation, some of the comments from the objectors on Glendale Avenue with respect to the height and the FSI and the impacts on those properties, please.
Yes, certainly. So our clients have actually had a chance to speak to said neighbor since the letter was submitted. They met with them last Friday and went over their concerns in person. They kind of went over the entire application a bit more in detail with them and explained to them how we were cutting back the 3rd floor so that essentially it's only above the current footprint of the 2nd floor. It's not going on the addition as well. So we've stepped back the 3rd floor there and sloped the front of the house to keep things in more characteristic of the neighborhood and avoid the sense of towering as this neighbor had specified as well. In terms of the overall height, we are within similar approvals along Garden Street itself, where we see heights approved for 11.2 meters and beyond. They are right, our side of the street is slightly higher in relation to theirs, but it is consistent along Garden Avenue itself. There's also a large tree that's right in front of this particular neighbor's property that would block their own sunlight as is, and there are 2 mature trees along Glendale Avenue. Our client's property is a corner lot, as mentioned in the letter, so there are 2 trees there that are fully grown, well exceed the height of our proposal, and are during the summer fully canopied and would kind of block any additional shadowing that would happen from our addition as well. And any new shadowing that would happen due to our addition is actually quite minor. We did a simple check of the sun study, and there's very little changes in the wee hours of the morning between 8 to 9 in the summer months that would be additional shadowing versus what's already there. But throughout the rest of the day, it's more or less in line with the current outline in the house and what we'd see on a day-to-day basis.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions, Mr. De Oliveira. Anything you want to add before we go into committee?
Just like to point out, in case there's any question about our FSI, the reason our number is 1.35 is due to the basement being included in the overall calculation. This is just, again, because of the way the street slopes and where our first floor sits in relation to the established grade, our basements being included as well. If it wasn't for that, we'd actually be looking at an FSI of only 0.99, which is well within some of the other approvals on the street, like 241 Garden. That was, excuse me, this is my voice here. that was approved for 1.11. So it's really just because of where the established grade is being taken from that our FSI number seems so high.
Okay. Mr. Nifel? You're muted again.
Sorry. You have a privacy screen proposed on one side of your third floor deck. Is it on the east side or is it on the west side?
The privacy screen is on the east side. As the west, we have the street.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got a mistake here. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. I had it on the wrong location map. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Okay, anyone else? All right, let's take it into committee for a decision then. Ms. Hayes?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm glad that the owners took the opportunity to speak to the residents on the abutting street. I think that the topography of this property and this being the end house on the lot does sort of highlight the difference in grades. Having said that, I think the variance is being requested, and with the explanation of the FSI as provided by the applicant's agent, I think that what's being proposed here is not out of keeping. There's lots of large homes in this area, and I don't think what's being proposed would be out of character with what's there, and I'd be prepared to support the application. And if my colleagues have no further comment, I'd be prepared to move a motion to approve the application subject to forestry condition number 1.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Cheng? All right, motion to approve forestry number 1, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 22, 110 CLOVELLY Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a photograph of the site, a number of decisions affecting properties in the surrounding area, correspondence in support from 119 and 108, which is adjacent, and correspondence from the other adjacent neighbor in expressing concern at 112 CLOVELLY. I do show them listed as speakers. And can I have the agent, please?
Good afternoon, Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East.
Hi, Mr. Shakiri. Can you do a presentation, please? No more than 5 minutes, starting now.
Sure. We're proposing a single dwelling here. We're asking for increasing the floor space index from 0.8 to 0.93. Also, we are requesting side yard variances. This is a very narrow lot. The variances we are asking for are very in keeping in the close proximity. I have provided some comparables. And we're also asking for a minor variance for the front yard landscaping, which for this kind of front yard is very, very common. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to the opposition first, sir, and then I'll have you back for questions and comments about the issues raised by the neighbor. Do you have them?
Faye, you've been unmuted.
Can you unmute?
Unmuted.
Hi, Ms. Biscaris?
Yes.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hi, are you Faye Biscaris?
No, I'm the husband of Faye Biscaris, Christos Biscaris.
Chris?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
You have 5 minutes. We're going to start the clock now, and you're at 112 CLOVELLY, is that correct?
Yes, in regards to my father's property.
Okay, all right, go ahead, sir.
As for, good afternoon first. We send you guys an objection, a letter with our concerns,
Yes, we have it.
and there, according to us, very serious concerns and encroachment. And on the first concern, the floor space that goes by from 0.8 to 0.93. We're a bit concerned about that, but our other most objective is the encroachment from our property from 1.2 meters to 0.45 meters. And the houses are very tight as they are, and any digging and that it's going to be done is going to affect our foundation and everything else. And second of all, as for the east troughs and the pitch of the roof, we have experienced that before in our own house, and we have a 7.5 driveway. Ice accumulates on those roofs and it flies down. So we're very, very concerned about that, because we have a winter here, and snow doesn't melt, it becomes ice. And we don't want to have a small bungalow and have 15, 20 feet ice coming down on our own property, actually on our own roof. As for the minimum and maximum of the front yard, I will appreciate if you guys recommend those downspout pipes, either they gotta open a pit or something, because it's a very narrow lane, it's a very narrow property where the water will overflow either on the sidewalk or the front of the yard to the street. That is not going to be absorbed, and nothing. We should be faced towards our 112 Clovelly Avenue. For the back, we have a backyard, I guess, wherever we're not that much concerned if the water goes to the backyard. The east troughs, usually the frost wintertime, we have other things. And like I said, the east side has 1.2 meters, and we're coming to 1/3 encroachment, 45 inches from the property line. Meanwhile, we have maybe 12 inches from our wall of 112 Clovelly Avenue, and it's very concerning. Plus the height of the building too. You guys can go to a flat roof. We don't mind that, but it's very concerning. The water, the ice, and very close to our foundation. I hope you take that into very serious consideration. As for experiences, and it's going to devalue even our own property, because whoever one day buys it and they look at that and being encroached to a very tight space, the value is going to be obviously less. Other than that, I hope you guys make the right decision for us, and we're flexible, as we said, but not to this type where we can have a lifetime of problems with those issues. Either is the flooding, the ice flying, ice been accumulated, and so forth. Uh, the bottom line for us is basically this is unacceptable in the way they drew it and the way they want to proceed with this issue. And especially having 3 floors.
What happened to the clock? Sir, I think you're at yeah, you're over 5 minutes. Can I get you to wrap up, please?
I beg your pardon?
I said your time is up, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah?
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, Mr. Shakiri.
Sorry, before putting this proposal, we have done a careful case study. I have some support material which if the staff kindly display that, it shows that much higher density is approved on CLOVELLY and the other streets. This one, number 51, for example, 94 times, where they are under the same. And you can see the side yards approved at 61. If you go to the other pages, it shows other precedents. You can just scroll down all the way to see the other precedents. So what we're asking, comparing to what's been granted in the area, is not major. It's actually less than that. By that, we're not thinking that we are entitled to the 93. We're just thinking that we're not setting a new precedent. So we did everything we could to study that what we need for this house is not in excess of what's been previously approved, and we are not setting a new precedent. Same for the side yard. This is a very tiny lot. It's only 7.6 meters wide. The zoning for this lot is suitable for a 12-meter lot frontage, as it reads on the description of the lot F12. That means that, you know, that a lot for a 12-foot frontage. This is only 7.62. So every other house in the neighborhood which has a narrow frontage has to come to the Committee of Adjustment and ask for the variances. We are glad that we are not asking less than the others, and the variances we are asking here are just improving the existing situation on the narrow side as well. Currently between number 110 and number 112, which is the speaking neighbor, the side yard setback is going to be slightly improved, and I have to mention that the number 112 has a side yard setback of 20 centimeters only. So that is half of the side yard we're proposing here, and the issues such as the drainage, is going to be improved. Obviously, it's going to be a new house, and it's going to be built up to this spec. So whatever situation we have now, it's going to be improved after this proposal. I wanted to somehow address that eavesdrop issue. The height was mentioned. We're not asking for the height variance of some sort, you know, neither for the 3-story. These are not variances in the area. And within the documents I submitted, I have shown some examples of the 3-story houses in the area. While it is not a variance anyways, I just wanted to make sure to put some precedence of the 3-story houses in the area. I think I covered all the issues that was mentioned, and I still believe that this is a reasonable proposal, and I really hope that the panel moves to approve it. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I still have concern with the west side yard setback. And I'm intrigued by something you said. You mentioned that it's going to be an improvement over the existing condition. What is the west side setback currently? I can't read it on the survey, and that might be just because everything's so very small and I just haven't found it. But can you tell me what the existing
if,
setback is?
let me just check that because I can, and that document is already submitted anyways, but it's 41 centimeters. It's
So it's
41
0.41
centimeters.
now?
Yeah, the existing one is 0.41 and we're asking for 0.45. So basically it's going to be improved comparing to the existing condition.
It's still very narrow. Is there anything that you could do to accommodate a slightly larger side yard setback in that location? Those homes are very close together, and I think that we're just at the beginning of hearing about the problems that that's going to create in the future, not just with this site, but in other sites. I think we've got an awful lot to learn about side yard setbacks, and I'm just wondering, is there anything that you could do to provide slightly more space on the west side yard?
Well, basically nothing that we can add to the side yards without majorly compromising the design of this house. This is a very, very narrow house to begin with. The width of this house is only 20 feet. We can hardly manage to get the entrance door like sort of a acceptable size of living room, dining room, and the kitchen with the rooms that we need to pass. So obviously we're gonna respectfully accept whatever decision that this panel is going to deliver, but we've worked hard to just put forward something reasonable here, and this is no different than the other houses in the area, whether existing or the new houses, all have that small side yards. And this is the downtown panel, so I'm sure you see many other houses in South District that they get 0.45 side yard as of right. So many houses in downtown Toronto that have that, but even some of them request variance for that. But the 45 centimeter as of right, let's say if a zoning becomes from RD changes to R, then all of a sudden the provision for the side yard setback is changed majorly, and well, I don't know what's the reason.
Mr. Shakiri, I think the question was, are you able to improve on that side yard setback?
I cannot improve the side yard setback to any extent without majorly compromising the design, and I really, really hope that you accept that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, panel members? Ms. Hayes.
Just, is there an ability to change the downspouts instead of them being on the west side, that they be either at the front and the rear?
Certainly. I mean, without even any condition, which by all means I accept, that we can manage to discharge all the rainwater entirely to the backyard or the front yard without discharging it anywhere in the in between of the two buildings. And should you wish to tie it as a condition, we completely accept that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee for a decision then. Okay, anyone have any comments? Mr. Clay?
Sure, I'll start. I frankly didn't have any real major difficulties with this application. I understand the adjacent neighbors' concerns about proximity and discharge. I think under the building code, you are required to discharge your rainwater within your own property. So I imagine that will be a requirement as they get to that stage. And there is soft landscaping in the front and in the rear. I would note that number 112 actually appears to have a completely asphalted front yard. So I'm not sure that's a good thing necessarily either, but I'll take the agent at their word that they'll discharge the water in the right places. The fact that the setback is narrow, I get that. but it is a very slight improvement to the existing condition. So I think I'm satisfied that that is concerned. It is a very narrow lot. There's very limited what you can build on that one. So I think this is a supportable application. I'm prepared to move motion to that effect unless my colleagues have something to the contrary to suggest.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'll move approval of this application. I don't believe there are any conditions.
No, there are not, unless Ms. Hayes wants to have a condition about discharging water to the front and or back.
I will take the applicant at their word.
Okay, so no conditions then. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Cheng, so a motion to approve moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Okay, item number 23. 310 Roncesvalles. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent, deferral correspondence. We have an arborist report prepared by Urban Design and Landscape Architecture, 7 photographs of trees on site, and we have correspondence from Transportation Engineering. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair. Alden Theodore from MHBC.
Okay, so I did, so you are requesting a deferral because the sign wasn't posted, is that correct?
Oh, that's correct. We're requesting a deferral because we didn't actually receive the sign.
Oh, okay.
And we were working with city staff, and there was an acknowledgement that there was an error. So I believe the deferral is amicable.
Okay, well, that's a good reason not to post the sign if you don't have it, so. All right, let's take it into committee for a motion on the deferral then. Okay, anybody? Ms. Hayes?
Sure. Given that the statutory requirements haven't been met with respect to notice, I'd move to defer the application.
Okay, to the first available date. And do I have
Yes.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Mr. Cheng, so motion to defer, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 24, 91 Kimberley Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agents or solicitor. We have email correspondence from community planning, and they're asking for walkways to have permeable pavers to ensure water runoff. We have quite a number of people that wrote in opposition, and they are all located on Kimberley Avenue as well as Osborne Avenue. And I am showing 7 people. Do we have them all? How many people have you got? Oh, aren't we on? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself. I was sorry, that's for item 25. Okay, we have 1. Do you have that one? Okay. All right, do I have the agent on the line?
And the architect for 91 Kimberley Avenue.
Hi, I do have, well, I have 2 speakers listed. We have 1. So if you can do a brief presentation, no more than 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. I did submit a letter, as you indicated, with our application, but I'll just sort of summarize to give some context and sort of our approach, a summary of our approach. But this house was purchased by the current owner in the fall of 2021 as a 3-unit rental. And as with so many of these illegal rentals, which it is, it's very low quality renos, doesn't meet code, requires extensive, upgrades. The owner reached out to me with the interest of improving, maintaining the property as rental units. As you may know, the property is located in a vibrant neighborhood. It's got access to the TTC, to go, shops, schools, churches, the waterfront. And with all these amenities, it is very attractive to, urban living, environmentally aware individuals, couples, young families, not looking to have cars. Public transit is used. They live and work in the area. And so it was with this in mind that the focus for these rental units that we were now renovating extensively, we wanted to make sure they were 1+ bedroom units with the idea of attracting long-term tenants that would integrate into the community. It's meant to be a rental and be maintained as a high quality rental. The owner on his part, reviewed the cost of the project, the property cost, the construction cost, and it was determined that a 4th unit would make this project viable. Construction in the city is crazy these days. So it was with these parameters that we approached the design you see before you. From a zoning perspective, this project does meet the height, and it does meet the number of stories, as well as a 4-plex is a permitted use. With respect to side yard setbacks, on the north side, we maintained the existing north setback that was there and carried it into the rear addition and the front addition. And on the south side, the setback was closer to the property line. We pulled it back to 3 feet. It is worth noting that 3 feet would meet the side yard setback for a single family dwelling. As a 4-plex, zoning is more restrictive, which honestly, if you read my report, it's sort of impossible to build a 4-plex with the restrictions. And the goal, like I said, is to keep this as a rental unit. So the south side is, we've set the setback farther at 3 feet. With respect to depth, again, we looked at sort of what a single family dwelling would be allowed, which is 17 meters, and we are short of that. We also looked at 89 Kimberley, and you can see it in the site plan that's on the screen there. It's sort of in line with where we are. I included in my covering letter a photo from the backyard. It's a tall rear addition that extends, basically to where we're extending, and it is perfectly acceptable. The existing house lives with that, and we felt that was a good precedent for us to use. With respect to the front yard setback, we aligned with the property at 93 Kimberley. And again, this site is sort of interesting in that just south of us, a few houses down, it opens up. There's a school on the west side, whereas where we're located, there's a collection of recently developed townhouses on the opposite side of the street that are quite close to the sidewalk, certainly similar to what we proposed. You can see it on that map that you guys provided. And we're close to Gerrard. It's just a little bit denser up there. Like I said, we're aligned with 93 and 95. And so that we used as our precedent for setting the front. It is worth noting that 89 Kimberley is abnormally set back. They have a front parking pad. And so that takes us back, because the front yard setback is based on the average of the adjacent, our front yard setback is set back a little bit more than what would be typical on this street. And so that sort of got us to how we set the mass of this building and allowed us to get the 1+ bedroom units, 4 of them with all the proper exiting. I wanted to just address, because I'm sure I'm getting close to my time, one of the biggest complaints from the neighbors was parking. And one of the biggest complaints was basically the GO station parking that I guess takes over this street. And there's certainly not much this project can do to fix that. But I would like to say that there is currently an existing 3 units at 91 Kimberley with no parking. The change we propose is 1 additional unit that would also not have parking. The goal of the owner is, urban living, which is, how they live. Like, you use TTC, you don't have a car, there's lots of places to walk. So, the goal would be to have tenants without cars, but I know the committee doesn't sort of take that approach.
Actually, you're over 5 minutes, so I need you to wrap up, please.
Okay, so the goal is to provide long-term rentals. The planning committee had no concerns. We accept their conditions for pavers and the storm management. And I did want to point out for 93 Kimberley that relocating the pipes to where the buildings are farther apart is perfectly acceptable, and we would happily do that. You can see it on the plan. There's lots of room to go towards the east. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have both of them or just the one? Okay.
Sonia, you've been unmuted.
Hello, my name is Sonia Zott. Can you hear me?
I can. I just need your address for the record.
I'm at 88 Kimberley Avenue. I live across the street from the proposed development.
Alrighty, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I just wanted to address a few items that were just mentioned. I've referenced them all in my letter of objection. Firstly is, we keep saying that this is an existing 3-unit and we're just adding on one additional unit. And it makes it sound like there's already 3 apartments in there and we're just adding one more, so it's not a big deal. And I just wanted the committee to understand this is a very, very small 2-bedroom home right now. So I'm not exactly sure how 3 people are living in this tiny, tiny little home. But I just want it to be clear that this is not just, oh, let's just add on one more unit. This is putting a much, much larger 4-plex for official, like 1-bedroom size apartments is a much larger deal than what's currently there. And in terms of the parking, when they mention that nobody that's living there today has parking, I'm sure that, they can address how much rent is being paid by the people living there now. For the amount that this property is currently being sold for on MLS, which I also don't necessarily understand why we're going through all of this if this property is actually for sale. So I'm sure that whoever buys this property and wants to build on it is going to have to charge a lot more rent than what's being rented for right now, which will bring in a different set of families. And I just think cars is going to come with that. The other thing I wanted to mention was the density of this street. At this end of the street, the lots are extremely narrow, and there's primarily semi-detached homes and row houses on this end of the street. And putting a very large 4-plex in this tiny, I think it's like 20 feet lot size, is just excessive, especially when you look at the front yard and how far this building is going to jut out, especially in front of 89 Kimberley Avenue. 89 Kimberley Avenue is pretty much how the rest of the houses are aligned on the street. 93 is sticking out a lot more, but that's rare in comparison to everything else on the street. So I'm objecting really to the size of this development, and I really think it's much more suitable for a duplex or a triplex and not a 4-plex. And that's pretty much what's going up everywhere else in the neighborhood that we're seeing. So I'm sure that the money is there in terms of return, and this is just really just trying to get more money in terms of the sale of this building. And that's pretty much the last thing I wanted to mention too was about the parking. It's extremely congested on the street right now with the school. Everybody is fighting for parking. We've got parents coming to daycares, the school and community center. Everyone is fighting for parking. The school buses have nowhere to go when they arrive and when they drop off kids. And this another 4 apartments is just going to add to that congestion, because whether they have cars or not, they're going to have food delivery. They're going to have all sorts of needs from visiting family and friends. And I do believe parking should be mandated on this lot. And that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. Do you have the next speaker? Okay, try one more time. While we're waiting, panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Clay?
Sure. Just quickly, I think we've heard and in reading the letters of opposition, a lot of people are concerned about parking. And you've indicated that your strategy is to provide accommodation for those who won't have a car or will use public transit. Having said that, have you looked at the availability of permit parking on Kimberley?
We have not, but like I said, there's 3 residents there. There is 3 units. So that condition would remain. If, say, there's one more unit that doesn't, isn't permitted parking, that is that's accommodatable, but we have not. And again,
Okay, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I think we have the opposition speaker. I just want to have staff try in case I don't want to lose them again.
Margarita, you've been unmuted.
Hi, I'm sorry, I have a flu, so my voice is breaking, but I'll speak as much as I can. So I'm the owner of 93 Kimberley Avenue, so just north of the property. So my first concern is the equipment that's going to be encroaching into the space between the houses. So currently this space is extremely narrow and we use it to take out the garbage bins. So any equipment will have to be moved elsewhere so that we can still continue to be able to take out the garbage bins. And it needs to be officially done, otherwise if it's not on the plan, I guess they can build in the way that they are currently indicating on the diagram. And my other big concern is, again, the parking. Currently, the property is occupied by two elderly individuals who are renting the house. They don't have any vehicles. So really, there's no parking from this house today. And if it's converted into a 4-unit house, that could be 4 or more vehicles from the families or other individuals living there. And like Sonia mentioned, the street and the neighboring street, Osborne, both of them are exploding with vehicles right now for people parking for GO Train, for people who live there, because we basically have no parking pads in front of the houses. And also just random individuals. There's also a proposed development just around the corner on 2233 Gerard with 27 more units. I think it's going to be discussed next week in the Committee of Adjustments. And again, no parking is being proposed. So with those two in mind, it's just mind-blowing where exactly all these people are going to be parking. I don't know. So those are my main concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions of the speaker? No? Okay, thank you. Hope you feel better soon.
Thank you.
All
Bye.
right. Okay. Do I have the agent on the line?
Muted. Oh, hello. Yep.
Okay, if you can speak only to the issues raised, please.
I will. I understand parking. I live in the city as well. I do not have a driveway, and I'm near a major street. What I can say is if there is not sufficient parking spots to go out with a tag, then it is obvious that whoever rents these spaces cannot come with a car. It's sort of like it's hard for zoning to regulate parking. We cannot accommodate parking. It is too small of a site. It would take up, the basement and the ground floor unit. So it's not something we can change. I just think the city has other ways to regulate that. If there's no access to parking street passes, obviously whoever rents this cannot have a car. And that's all I can offer. And like I said, there's 3 units and they don't have parking. Hopefully that goes in the future. We are changing it by 1, and I appreciate that there's 32 units or whatever it is down the street. I'll let you guys deal with that. And just as far as Sonia's the first speaker, the site plan, if you go back to our site plan, I've marked in gray the existing building footprint, where she says that it's very small and she doesn't understand how people, how it's an existing 3 rental. We're adding just under 17 feet at the back, which is not uncommon in Toronto for an addition size. And then we added the front addition, which is just under 5 feet, again, to align with the house at 93. It was a way of us trying to make a livable space for these 4 units, attractive spaces, long-term rentals. That was the goal. So it's not, I think that shows, you can see the dark spot. That's the existing house. We've added to the back and to the front. I don't think it's a huge difference in footprint per se. And then I explained already from the back. With respect to density, she mentioned 89 was the standard. It is not. You can look at both the map you guys provided and the Google plan I provide. It's set back significantly. Most are where we are or somewhere just set back, but 89 is not the norm as far as front yard setback. And there's 2 maps to show that. And what was the other one? And with the equipment, I'd be perfectly great to have. So right now we're showing, the dashed line denotes anticipated encroachment for the mechanical. that dashed line can be moved towards the west to clear the, you know, the closest part. It can be worded in such a way. We are perfectly, my sense is that mechanical has to vent to the sides. That's the way these direct venting stuff happens. The mechanical location is pretty set where it is, sort of in the middle to access, but I'm perfectly happy. Margarita, I believe you missed when I first introduced. We can accommodate. I noticed my line gets close to where your main building is. We will move that. So if we can find a way to word that, we can agree to that, no problem. What was the other one I had? As far as the sale, yeah, if we get this approved, there will be no sale. There was no offers. This is what the owner bought it for, and this is what the owner wants to do, is to have a rental income property of nice units. If it went on sale, I believe they were nervous about the committee today, but I'm looking forward to a favorable decision and happy to answer any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Could we go to the basement plan, please, for a second? The protruding mechanical equipment is shown here beside the mechanical room. And you said you could move it to the west. I think you meant the east, did you not? Because to the west.
I meant the east. The east.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Alternatively, is it at all possible that it could be vented on the other side where you've got a larger side yard to the south, or is that?
It could. I have more doors and stuff. Right. So walking past
it would be easier to say that the equipment can go on the south side than to try and define in a condition where on the north side it can and can't go. I was doing it by measurement, and I was thinking that you'd have to say something like that the mechanical equipment can't be within the first 45 feet of the north wall. That just seems to me to be a very complicated way. If it's possible to vent on the south side, it'd be just easier to change the variance condition.
I don't disagree. So is it possible?
And it alleviates the neighbor's concern, I think, is, I mean, I have a situation at home that's very similar to hers. I can understand it's hard to get those garbage cans back at the first place, but if there's mechanical equipment sticking out, it can be almost impossible.
I think we can make that work if that's a condition. I think it's possible to go to the south side and maybe even east and west, to be honest. But
okay, but if it ends up being a condition, it would be we could change condition variance number 4 to say that the altered dwelling will be located. No, I can't. Where is it? I'm on the wrong page.
Number 7.
It's condition 7. Wall-mounted device, blah, 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 required setback is no closer. The vents, pipes, and utility equipment can be located 18 meters from the south lot line. Will be low. No, we'd have to put the. I'm making this more complicated than it needs to be.
Maybe
okay,
a condition, Carol.
I think what I'd be inclined to do is to say that the vents, pipes, and utility equipment are to be located on the north or east side of the building, and leave it up to you. Would that work for you?
It is on the north now. Did you mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. South. I meant south. On the south or the east side of the building.
So
southeast.
No, I was just going to throw in a question to you. If you do this, are you still going to need a variance on the other side? Because if you need another variance, if you can comply, right, on the south side, then it's okay. We could do it. But if you can't, you have to come back to committee, and we basically have to defer it.
So yeah, so what it says is it has to be. So where is it? It may encroach up to 2 feet or 0.6 meters. We are less than that. If it's no closer than a foot, right, then 0.3. So on the other side, we have 3 feet. We have plenty of room to do it. Certainly my preference is to sort of dictate that the house should be, that the venting would be it's just easier on the north side, especially with direct venting, which is one of the most popular ways for boilers and furnaces. If it could be on the east side of the house, east half of the house, we would then clear the neighbors. But if you don't, if it's just easier, then yes, we would scratch that one because we will meet it on the south side.
Well, I'm going to leave it to you to make that decision here. Like,
I'm happy with both options as well. I think the neighbors got a concern, and I'd be happy with either of those conditions, either that it be on the east side of the north side of the building, or that it be on the south side of the building. And given that the property might go up for sale, I think it's really important that we get the wording correct, because she may not be dealing with you or the current owner at some point.
So
yeah,
I guess the first decision is, are you going to scrap variance 7 and put it on the south side? And if not, then we would have to put the wording in the condition as to where it goes on the north side.
If you're asking me, I would say yes. The variance should say that that the condition is this variance is approved with the.
Yeah, it wouldn't. The variance would stay as is, but as the committee, then if we choose to approve the application as a whole, we want a sort of wording for the condition of where you're going to put it on that north wall.
Yeah, for the half.
Yeah.
I don't want
Let me try this. This is maybe
Okay.
this is the easiest. Do you have the dimension? Do you know how far back 93 Kimberley goes before it's set in? Do you know what that dimension is on your? Because they've got the same front yard as you. If we were to avoid that closer section of 93 Kimberley, how many feet back is that?
I don't want to complicate things further, and I'm not an HVAC technician or expert. Having said that, however, isn't there also regulations about how close to a window a venting pipe can be? And isn't there 2 windows further along on the east side, to the east on the north side, where the notch is at 93?
There are venting pipes in very close proximity to windows above in most houses these days. I'm just trying to find out if we could say that the venting pipes are not to be located in the first so many feet of the north side elevation, and I put down 45 feet, but that's to where the addition is. And I don't want to belabor it any longer. I just like to see if we could get it in that open space, which is what the applicant's trying to do as well. We're just trying to find a number.
Well, there don't appear to be any openings on that proposed rear addition. Like, is there enough room to put it there?
Proposed rear addition. Yeah, you're saying so beyond 45 feet. Yep, only in the new addition. That's we'll make it work.
Okay, sounds great.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Clay?
Nope.
Yeah, just the last one. I think the 3rd floor balcony in the rear, does it have screening on it, privacy screening?
It does not currently. It could.
Yeah, I think we should probably put it on. It's up pretty high. There's a lot of overlook issues to the adjacent neighbors, so I think it would be appropriate.
That's fine. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee then. So we're looking at a condition then for the vent piping, the vents, pipes, utility equipment, at least 45 meters back, I believe we said, and then a condition for screening on the 3rd floor deck. Okay, in addition.
It was 45.
And also the planning condition for permeable pavers. Sorry, Carl, go ahead.
It was 45 feet, sorry, because it's measured in feet on it, yeah.
Meters.
I think we should make Carl make this motion.
Yeah, Carl, go ahead.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Okay, go ahead, Carl.
Okay, the application, I moved that the application be approved, subject to a condition that the encroachment of the vehicular equipment may not occur within the first 45 feet of the north elevation of the building.
Okay.
And there was a condition for screening of, is it the third floor balcony, Larry?
Yep.
Yes, it was. The rear
North
balcony.
and south, north and south edges of the rear third floor balcony.
Okay. And then the planning condition.
Permeable pavers on the walkway leading to the south entrances, yes.
Believe that's it.
Could we just have the first condition read back? Because I think it got messed up. If I heard
We're
vehicular.
actually in committee, but we'll
Great.
we'll read it back. Okay.
The encroachment of mechanical equipment may not extend or may not be, is not permitted within the first 45 feet of the north elevation measured from the northwest corner of the building. Is that okay?
Is that okay, Judy? Hang on, we're just put you back in. Is
So
that
just to be clear, from 45 feet from the north elevation would be the side. So I think you mean 45 feet from the east elevation or front wall is what you're looking for. Am I correct?
Okay, from the front wall. Yeah,
I
that's good,
think,
yeah.
the simplest. Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll put it as 45 feet from the front wall.
Perfect.
All right.
And that,
Okay.
according to your drawings, lines up with where the proposed addition is being added.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so we're back in committee. So, okay, so it's the planning condition for the permeable pavers on the walkway, condition to have the vents, pipes, utility equipment cannot be located except for 45 feet from the front wall, and then a condition for screening on the north and south sides of the third floor deck. All right, so that's moved by Mr. Nipfel, and that's seconded by Mr. Chang. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, item number 25. 441 Glenholme Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have an order to comply that was issued on June 2nd of this year. Presentation materials submitted by the agent. Previous decision affecting this property. 24 form letters in support from residents on Amherst Avenue, as well as Glenholme Avenue and Ashbury Avenue. We have correspondence in opposition for number 460, 445, 437, and 439 Glenholme, as well as 59 Amherst. And this is the one I have 7 speakers showing. Do we have them all?
We have 4 of the 7.
Okay, we have 4 of the 7 as it stands now. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yep. Ida, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Ida Evangelista on behalf of the owners of 441 Glenholme.
Okay, welcome back, Ida. I'm going to ask you to do a presentation no more than 5 minutes, please.
Yes. So with this particular application, we are seeking 2 minor variances. We have no objection from planning staff and, as you mentioned, Madam Chair, 24 letters of support. So at one point prior to my client purchasing this home, this was an illegal rooming house. It contained 4 units in the basement alone. So the conversion of this to a legal 2-unit house, I respectfully submit, is a great improvement for this community. So let me tell you about the OTC, because I know you have probably some questions around that. So back in June 2021, a building permit was issued for a 2-story mansard roof house. This area is zoned 11-meter height, 8.5-meter main wall height, and it's RMU2, as you see from the second page of my submission. So because this was initially a mansard roof with a mechanical room on the 3rd floor, the height was permitted. We had no main wall height, no overall height. It was permitted. So, as of right. As construction started to add on this third floor, the plans were submitted with the mechanical room on the third floor, and the remainder of the floor was shown as cross-hatching and uninhabitable space with direct access to the mechanical room. One zoning examiner signed off. Unfortunately, they left, and it was put in the hands of another zoning examiner. And that zoning examiner decided that he would count the whole floor as FSI, even though it showed uninhabitable and in its entirety. So at that point in time, they had a meeting, and just to keep everybody honest, to say that, you know, we aren't going to continue. It's all being considered as FSI. So we stopped the work. And we were amenable to the OTC just to show them that we were not going to continue or try to pull, quote unquote, a fast one. Okay. So, and that's what brings us here today. So now, considering that that was going to be all uninhabitable space, we stopped the job, and now we want to, we have actually redesigned the third floor. So now that third floor, so that main wall height, so also what we've done is, if you notice on the, oh, just bear with me, north side, we had a side yard setback of 0.33, okay? Because again, this is an additional alteration to the home that was existing. That mansard roof would have caused rain runoff onto the neighboring property. So, and one of the other reasons why we thought, let's change, you know, the owner thought, you know, not to impede, it was, you know, elderly couple next door, and unfortunately, you know, we did have conversations, but her husband has passed, and we wanted to keep it an area safe for them. So we changed the design to a flat roof house. And that being said, we now have the two variances, and that's why we have a main wall height of 10.96 and the FSI of 1.10. So, because it is being taken. However, the second floor, if we turn to the elevation, you'll see the second floor at the front, it steps back 7 feet at a height of, and I've also included it on page 4 of my submission, gives you a kind of a clear indication. So the second floor at the front and the second floor at the back steps back. So at the front, it steps back 7 feet. At the back, it steps back 12 feet. And to that, it goes up to 7.66. So the main wall height is taken to the very top of the roof, to the top of the parapet. Below the parapet is 10.04, and we've added that parapet so that we can have the scuppers and the internal distribution of rainwater, not to affect neighboring properties. We're in the city, you know, this is the city in the city of Toronto, and in this particular area, the lots are very narrow and tight. So that being said, so this catchment area, very eclectic. We have apartment buildings, duplex, triplex, fourplex.
Ida?
With main wall, yes,
yeah, please, you're over 5.
Okay, real quick. So we have main wall heights of 10.25 up to 11.77 and FSIs of 1.06 up to 1.45. That being said, we are maintaining the general intent and purpose of the ZBL as we have a step back of 7.66, and the surrounding area does have 3-story homes. Therefore, what we are proposing is consistent with the area.
Okay, thanks. I'll have you back after we hear from the opposition.
Okay.
All right. So who's up first?
Diane, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Diane Brown. Hello.
Yes.
Hi.
I'm here. I expressed concern, but I wasn't aware that I had been put on a speaker's list. And anyways, I do want to say that I live opposite the site, the proposed site, and I don't know about the technical aspect. The speaker who was speaking in favor of the building, did say that the surrounding areas had 3-story homes. I've lived in the area for 23 years. And the ones that the speaker is referring to are not even on the same block. What I can say regarding this building that's going up is that it's very much out of step with the rest of the homes on that section of the street. It's not a pleasant looking building. It completely overshadows the bungalows next to it, and even just for the aesthetics and what that street has looked like, this building is completely out of step. The other buildings that are in the area are on other blocks, and similarly, the one that was most recently built does the same thing to the bungalows next door. So I don't know, like I said, I'm not a technical person. I'm not a building person. I have lived in the area for however long, and there may have been illegal tenants in the basement. I don't know about that, but the building certainly at that time, whatever the condition inside, it didn't look so out of step with the rest of the neighborhood, the immediate neighborhood. What I can see is that building going up so high certainly takes away privacy from the buildings around it, especially the top floor. So that's what I have to say about that. I'm certainly not in favor of it. It is not an attractive building. I don't see what it brings to the neighborhood to say that because there were 4 illegal rooms in the basement and now there's not going to be that it's an improvement for the neighborhood. I really don't understand the logic behind that one. And that's my contribution. I'm not going to go on about it. I'm just going to say it certainly doesn't fit in with the rest of the houses.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Can you just confirm your address for the record, please?
I'm at 444 Glenholme Avenue.
Okay, thanks a lot. Any questions for the speaker? No? Okay, thank you. Next one, are we in order still? Okay.
Corey and Tiffany, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, honorable committee members, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My husband and I are homeowners of 439 Glenholme, the neighboring property on the south side of 441 Glenholme. We are very opposed to this application for a number of reasons. First and foremost, we are disappointed that the entire 3rd-story addition was constructed without any notice, conversation, or consent. It was not reflected on the initial plans, and it was not communicated with us at any point in time until well after it was already existing, and the homeowner knew that this committee meeting was on the horizon. The 3rd story casts a large dark shadow into our yard and the backside of our house. Many of my plants did not survive this summer due to the overbearing shade. Moreover, this structure looks onto more than 6 private yards. It completely invades our privacy, and the implementation of a privacy screen will do very little, if anything, to rectify this concern. The owner of this property has essentially advised me personally that he intends to turn this property into a rooming house with at least 4 units to be rented on Airbnb. To my knowledge, he currently does not hold a license to do so, and in his first application to this committee, he was only approved for 1 secondary suite. In any event, with that in mind, I would not be surprised if this 3rd-story rooftop unit comes in high demand for parties and large gatherings, which will be loud and disruptive to the neighborhood. There will be many other issues that accompany the multitude of proposed units. However, as the homeowner has not been transparent with his plans submitted to this committee, and even today, Ira has suggested that the intention for this house is only 2 units, this is a blatant lie. At this time, we are not even able to fully comprehend all of the issues that will accompany the multiplex, as the true plans have not been disclosed. Further, the primary reason my husband and I purchased this particular house in 2019 was for the beautiful backyard and to grow our family. However, with the addition of this unlawful 3rd story, we are no longer able to enjoy our yard. We do not get nearly as much sun anymore, and as previously noted, the ability for our neighbors' short-term tenants to look out onto our private yard and into our home causes us great anxiety and discomfort. To make matters worse, we share a walkway with 441 Glenholme that leads to our yards. My husband and I are incredibly concerned about the condition that this Airbnb, or rather hotel, will be kept in, and how many garbage cans will be stored alongside of our house. As mentioned, they are very narrow lots. The addition of this third story has not only dwarfed our home, compromised our privacy, and destroyed the daylight in our yard, it has also had the detrimental impact of devaluing our house. Who would want to live next door to an out-of-place, monstrous property that looks out onto your home and private yard and has 4 floors worth of short-term rental units that people are constantly coming in and out from? Not me. 439 Glenhome is our home, and it's the largest investment my husband and I have ever made. We love it here. We love our home, and we value our privacy and the serenity of our quiet, respectful neighborhood. And finally, while the homeowner has shown approximately 3 houses on Glenhome Avenue that had a third story, I would like to point out that Glenhome Avenue is a very long street, and the houses depicted in support of this application are not within 2 blocks of 441 Glenhome. The slope of the street varies at different points, and the properties shown likely do not have the same adverse impacts on their neighboring properties. Moreover, I would go so far as to say that the surrounding 100 houses of 441 Glenhome in every direction do not have a third story. This structure does not fit the characteristic of the neighborhood by any means. This property has been undergoing construction for upwards of 3 years. There has never been any rush for the owner to finish what he has started. The cost to deconstruct this third story is a drop in the bucket for the owner and hardly anything at all when you compare it to how much more he will need to spend in order to maintain the illegal addition. The owner of this property was previously approved for 12 minor variances that went unopposed. Apparently, that was still not enough. Today, he has pushed his luck and taken advantage of our compliance and support. We've tried to be good neighbors to a man who will likely never live in the unlicensed commercial property that he is building in the middle of our quaint family street, but we cannot stand in silence any longer. The safety and enjoyment of the neighborhood is not a concern for this developer, nor is the law. He knew he did not have permits for this third story, but he chose to build it anyways. For this reason, we cannot trust that he will not continue to take liberties going forward, particularly with respect to the number of tenants he will have. This unlawful third-story structure compromises the use, enjoyment, and safety of our neighboring property, and this honorable committee has a discretionary authority to order that it be removed. In closing, the homeowner's application fails the test for a minor variance at every stage of the 4-pronged test. It is not minor. It is not desirable for the appropriate development of the lands in question. It does not conform to the general intent of the zoning bylaw, and it does not conform to the general intent of the official plan. I think I speak on behalf of many of my neighbors today when I say it is our deepest hope that you will deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker, panel members? Okay, thank you. Who's up next? Okay.
Hello, this is Eva Yunusai.
Hi, can you just state your address for the record and then you have 5 minutes?
Yeah, so my name is Eva Yunusai. I'm here on behalf of my father, Sakrat Yunusai, and our family. Our family home is located at 59 Amherst Avenue, which is lot 18 on the survey provided by the applicant and directly abuts 441 Glenhome. So it's one of the 6 backyards that Tiffany just mentioned, which directly back onto the property. We sent in a detailed report stating our stance on this application, which is that we strongly oppose the approval of this file. I'd like to summarize our key issues relating to the height and area variance for the proposed development. First and foremost being the privacy issues that have risen as a direct result of the illegal third story that's been constructed on the property. In particular, interior and exterior living spaces that directly overlook our backyard and other neighboring properties. This is directly evident in the 2nd and 3rd floor balcony, which are extremely imposing due to its enormous massing. This structure is the first thing you see when entering our driveway and backyard. This is directly impeded on our ability to enjoy using the backyard space where we've been using it as a patio and garden for the last 20 years of living there. Knowing that it can potentially have multiple residents living in their home having direct access to our private space will drastically reduce any form of enjoyment of our space and property value in the future. The applicant stated that they're allowed to build 11 meters in height, but this applies to the peak of a sloped roof. This is a flat roof, which has other bylaw requirements. Also, Ira mentioned a mansard roof. A mansard roof has an eaves line, which is different than a flat roof, and mansard roofs do not eject rainwater as they have eaves troughs and downspouts. To further this point, it's not clear how the third floor deck does not trigger any further variances. We believe the applicant is being intentionally misleading in labeling this deck as a flat roof, but we're sure to include a sliding door and railing so that this can be used as a deck once it passes building permit review. This deck area is 22 square meters when the city only allows 4 square meters. This is not minor at all in nature. The applicant is aware of this as they requested a deck size variance in their previous application. Additionally, as per the Toronto zoning, this third deck exceeds the allowable amount of decks per elevation. There's also a misrepresentation of the actual amount of units in the structure and its intended use. Moving on, the overall massing of the building far exceeds anything that can be considered compatible with the existing streetscape, as some of my neighbors have already mentioned. The block of homes where 441 Glenholme is located is composed of single-story bungalows and 2-story homes only. Seeing the massing of the proposed beside each neighboring bungalow is the perfect example of not fitting into the existing streetscape for this block of homes on Glenholme Avenue. The applicant provided photos of other 3-story homes, but these are several blocks south from the property and where the topography of Glenholme begins to turn into a hill, thus helping taller buildings fit into the existing streetscape, whereas our block on Glenholme has a flat topography. We are supportive of our neighbors who are seeking to renovate and upgrade their properties, which is why when we were originally approached by the applicant in his first application, we had no objections. He indicated that he was looking to construct a 2-story home for himself and his family. It was a shock to us and other neighbors when the illegal 3rd story was constructed and subsequently left abandoned for an extremely long duration. We believe the original conversations with the applicant were misleading and in bad faith. The applicant was previously approved for 12 variances. This proves that there are approved options for development on this site, and the new proposal is a gross overdevelopment. We don't understand how the structure that was built has deviated so drastically from the plans approved and how the original variances are not tied to that design. If we would have known the original intent of the applicant, we, along with other direct neighbors, would have objected. We are aware of the letters of support for this file and can say that at least 14 of these addresses do not even have any privacy concerns from this development, as they are not located in a manner where they are directly connected to 441 Glenholme. There are also other reports of objection, some of which you've heard already, that we believe should weigh heavily on the committee's decision. The reason being that the letters are detailed accounts from neighbors directly affected by the variances. This is in contrast to the letters of support, which are generic statements that were written by the applicant and signed by residents after unknown conversations with the applicant, keeping in mind that the applicant has set a precedent of misleading neighbors. The lack of transparency from the applicant throughout the entire process has been nothing short of problematic. From constructing illegal structures.
Sorry, but can you wrap up, please? You're over 5 minutes.
And leaving them abandoned for months to causing significant damage to our property with no acknowledgement of returning it to the state that it was prior to the start of construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Okay. The next speaker, please.
Hello?
Angela, you've been unmuted.
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, hello. Hi, thank you. My name is Angelo. I'm at 445 Glenholme on lot 16. I'm one of the neighbors that is directly affected by this huge facade. I'm not going to call it a home or a house. I'm going to call it what it is. It's a facade in every sense of the word. I first want to take objection with what the agent said with regards to 441 Glenholme being a rooming house. I mean, yes, it did have a bad tenant or two, but that does not a rooming house make. That's the first objection I want to put out there. The second one is that you state you have 24 letters of approval, but those 24 letters are not people who are living adjacent to this monstrosity, because it is a monstrosity. First and foremost, the reason why I'm here is because I just want to reiterate and perhaps ask that the law be upheld to what really is an illegal structure. This came as a big surprise to everybody when we saw it being built. After the second story was up, we thought they were going to call it a day. So you could imagine our shock when we saw another level coming up on the very same afternoon. People who walked by saw it in amazement, like that first week when it was a shock to everybody. There's no other three-story building on our block. That's the only one. And you can almost argue that it's a 3.5-story because the basement is very high on the main avenue. You know, so it's a lot higher than what is allowed. And again, it's illegal. On a selfish note, I've lost a lot of privacy in my backyard. My plants are smaller because of the shade casted by this thing. This thing is a monstrosity. It's taken a large chunk of sky. And I asked that the law be upheld and that it be torn down and something a little bit more decent be built. We started off with no building permit, contractors with no respect no respect in terms of being a good neighbor, knocking on someone's door before they can come onto your property. None of that has happened. And I know that's a side note, but it's a very valid one I should put out there. And this whole thing has barricaded me and the 5 houses north towards Amherst because it's the only thing that you see. It's blocked the southern portion of the street from everybody else, and that's my 2 cents. Thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? All right, thank you, Angelo. Any more speakers?
Thank you.
Do you have or not? No? Okay, so you've tried the other 2. No, 3. All right. Okay, Ms. Evangelista, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so we're going to restart the clock for 5 minutes here. Yep.
Madam Chair, there was one more that I was told that was going to be speaking, a gentleman by the name of Didier.
I don't see, how do you spell the last name?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, that request came in way too late.
Oh, okay. Okay, so he's not a registrant then?
No, not on my list at all.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so if you can speak to the issues raised, then we'll start the clock now for 5 minutes, and then I'll see if the members have questions.
Okay. So I read through, it's unfortunate that the neighbors do feel this way. It's mere speculation that this is going to be another rooming house, that this is going to have 4 units. The plans strictly show 2 units, basement, main floor is 1 unit, and Mr. Dominic Pronesti, who owns the house, will be living there with his fiancée, soon-to-be wife, and mother and a father of a baby. So they're going to be taking the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor, as it is now. Initially, they were taking the main and the 2nd and renting out the basement. But let's go back to this is 2 units is permitted in this area. But the neighbors, what I heard is it's a hotel, an Airbnb. No, they can't make those assumptions because that's what it is, an assumption. I clearly indicated why we are where we are. That is, that is something that we have worked with the building department and zoning. I would also like to add that the shadowing and the privacy. So as we know, planning carefully reviews every single file and application. If planning would have believed that they had concerns, they're very mindful of it and would have commented. This is an 11-meter area zoned. So if, as I mentioned, if we put a hat on this house, it's permitted. We agreed and we actually worked with Toronto Buildings to say, listen, we will stop the project until we get approvals. they were counting the whole entire third floor. And at that point, when we stopped the project and being mindful of the neighbor, the adjacent neighbor, Ms. Antonietta, to the north, it's quite tight. And it was quite tight for her, and not to create any more drainage problems for that particular area, it went from a mansard roof to a flat roof house. But as I indicated, we have stepped back the two front substantially to 7.66. So there are many neighbors. One of the neighbors that did speak in opposition stated that, you know, there's nothing on this block. When you go out and you walk your dog, do you only walk your dog on your block? You walk the neighborhood, you walk the street. There are 3-story homes, some of which I've included in my submission. There are 3 stories, some are flat, some are with a peak roof, and they are in the area and the neighborhood in its entirety. And they are living harmoniously with neighboring bungalows and neighboring 2 stories. So I want to bring us back to the 2 variances that we have. The height and the FSI. This is something that is very characteristic in this neighborhood. It is something that is happening. The area is undergoing regrowth, regeneration. And as we move forward, evolution moves forward, what everyone is wanting to do is to build something of this nature. It's zoned RM2. So with this, Madam Chair, members, this area, this particular home, the orientation of this home, that the way it is situated, it is east, west, north, south. I respectfully submit that, you know, again, staff would have been quite mindful if they felt that it was going to be very imposing on neighboring properties. I would also like to add one of the other comments that those that signed the letters are not affected. Not true. Many of the people that did sign the letters are also directly affected. They live across the street, they live behind on Ashbury, and the neighbor of number 59 Amherst, who backs onto our property, signed a letter of support. They're happy that, you know, the area, the evolution in this particular neighborhood is changing for the better. They didn't like, you know, the house and how it was being handled as a rooming house. And from a rooming house, we are now going to a 2-story. Once the home is finished, the articulation on the front of the home will not be as imposing.
I'm gonna stop you here because you're at 5.5
Yes.
minutes, and
yes.
Although I do want to say that the people at 59 Amherst did speak in opposition to it today also, so I'm not sure whether. But anyway, I want to see if the members have any questions.
Next door to 59.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. And
Mhm.
members, do you have any questions for Ida, Carl?
No, I just want to speak.
Go ahead.
Mm.
I mean, we're not in committee yet. Does anybody have any questions for Miss Evangelista? No? Okay. Let's take it into committee then. Carl, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I didn't hear from the applicant why we are where we are. What I heard, and I'm putting words in her mouth, but I heard that there was a proposal to build a mansard roof, and somehow it was decided that since you were going to have a mansard roof, maybe you should put a 3rd story on, and they built a 3rd story. There was nothing in that description that indicated how a complete 3rd story got built. She also indicated that if there was something wrong, the city would have said something. Well, they did. They gave her an order to comply. An order to comply basically says you've exceeded the law and you've got to fix things. We as a panel are to look at projects as if they weren't built in circumstances like this, although I'm sure I'm speaking for my colleagues in saying we hope that legalize and maintain applications are not as severe as this. This is a substantial overbuild from what was permitted. I do not have any support for the third story in this case. I would have voted against it were it just a proposal. And as it is before us now, my feelings have not changed. I think the third floor should be taken off, and I will not be supporting the application. I also find it offensive to have people talk about how these monster homes are scattered throughout the community and they're living comfortably next to their neighbors. People don't know that. Because you've got a picture of a big house next to a little house doesn't mean that they're living comfortably side by side. I think the applicants have got to stop making assumptions like that or contentions like that unless they've got the owners of those houses actually supporting what they're saying. In this case, we didn't have that. I'm really very upset with this application and absolutely will not be supporting it.
Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I wholeheartedly agree with my colleague. I wanted to do a couple of things. First of all, I wanted to acknowledge particularly Ms. Werman and Ms. Yonazai comments today. I thought they were thoughtful. I thought they were forceful. I thought they were really helpful to the panel. So I just wanted to thank them for that. This was an application which was approved only 2 years ago for a two-story dwelling. And I think one of the speakers mentioned that they didn't oppose it in that case, in that instance, because it seemed to be a reasonable application. You know, I don't know what the ins and outs and what the circumstances are, but we're faced with a situation where somebody deliberately has exceeded the permissions that they were granted through this committee and deliberately put on a story to a house which was illegal. Sometimes I get that contractors make errors. Sometimes I get that there's a little idiosyncrasy that needs to be fixed. But this is a situation where it's very flagrantly flying in the face of the permissions that they were granted by this committee. And I'm with Carl. I don't know, but I don't think I would be approving this if it came forward for a three-story in the first instance. So, for those reasons, I'm disappointed to see this one, and I equally will not be supporting this application.
Okay, anybody else? I normally don't say too much, but I would like to weigh in on this one. I actually drove down there on Thanksgiving Monday and took a drive around the neighborhood, and I have to say that I actually agree with everything that's been said by my colleagues, as well as the people speaking in opposition. And to Ms. Brown's point, I mean, this does stick out like a sore thumb. It totally doesn't fit in that block. They're all bungalows. And I would also like to add a couple of other ones I drove behind, or past rather, and a few of them were in pictures as examples. And I would just like to say that 2 or 3 wrongs don't make a right, and especially because this was an illegal build, I wholeheartedly agree with my colleagues who spoke so far, and I can't support this application.
So I'll move, oh, sorry, Joanne. No, I was just going to move motion to refuse this application.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Okay, so motion to refuse moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, the application's been refused. Item number 26, 16 Fennings Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 6 photographs of on-site trees and correspondence expressing concern from number 14, which is adjacent. I don't show any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line? I do not. you a bit, because if it is, then I'd like to move to the next one. All right, we're gonna hold item number 26, panel members. Okay, so, item number 27. 1698 Dundas Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a covering letter from Paul Demzak, the agent, applicant solicitor, I'm not sure which, but maybe all three. We have an arborist report prepared by I Love Gardens and Trees. We have email correspondence from planning. They don't have any concerns. We have forestry asking for condition number 1. 3 form letters in support from 1692 and 1694 Dundas, as well as 54 Billings. And we have a 23 signature petition in opposition from residents on Billings Avenue. I'm showing 1 opposition speaker. Do we have that person? Yeah? Okay. Do we have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, members of the committee.
Oh, we don't? Okay. So, I'm sorry. Is this Mr. Demzak? Who?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, if you can just state your name for the record, and there's an echo in the back. Do you have something running in the back? If so, I need you to mute it.
I do not.
No?
No.
Okay, it seems to be gone right now, so let's try. I thought I had 1 speaker, but we can't reach them. So I don't need a presentation, I don't think. Panel members, do you have any questions? Mr. Niffel? You're muted.
Mr. Demzik, are you the person that wrote the letter to us, the covering letter?
Sorry, I wrote the planning brief. Sorry, my apologies. I'm the planning consultant on behalf of the applicant.
The one from Battery, Urban Planning, that's you, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I just have a question. It's maybe a typo, but it's confusing nonetheless. Hold on till I find it. In the early part of your letter, you say that is the subject property is currently occupied by a single detached dwelling which will be demolished, and the landowner seeks to improve the site with construction of a 3rd-story addition. Something's wrong with that. Is something being totally demolished and rebuilt, or is that just an error?
So you're absolutely correct. That is an error. Nothing is being demolished on the property with the exception of the existing roof line to allow for the 3rd-story addition.
Okay, thanks very much.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, Mr. Demzak, you're speaking on behalf of the owners, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, we're actually ready to go into committee. There are no more questions. Is there anything you want to add before we take this into committee?
Just very briefly, I would note, I do think there was perhaps a misconception as it relates to the front yard setback and the concerns we received from some of the immediate neighbors. I would note that obviously the existing front yard setback on the property is 2.62 meters to the existing front porch and pillars of the property. And that is just based on the configuration of the property as it relates to the curve of Dundas Street East. And you can see that it does flare out to 5.8 meters at its widest part of the front yard setback. And again, just for the benefit of the committee, there is no reduction in the front yard setback. We are simply just building up on the existing footprint of the existing dwelling.
Okay.
So is that what all the people that signed the petition on Billings were concerned about?
Based on my read of the petition letter, that was their only concern was the reduction to the proposed front yard setback.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, so that was everything you wanted to add, Mr. Demzak?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Let's take it into committee, panel members. Ms. Hayes?
Thank you. I think they were concerned about the front yard setback and also the the characteristic of what the build will look like. There's a lot of, if you look along Dundas Street, many of the properties, the porches have been enclosed, so they're not open anyway. Certainly, it will be a change in terms of many of the homes have the second story set back, so that will be different. Having said that, though, I think that the location of this property, I don't think that it's totally out of character. I think we're on a major street. It's on a corner. I think the impact of what's being suggested is minimal, and I think the variances that are requested with respect to FSI and sidewall are minor, and I can support the application. Planning has no concerns, and if my colleagues have no further comments, I'd move a motion to approve the application subject to forestry condition number 1.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Cheng, so motion to approve, including the forestry condition, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Were you able to reach that person? If not, yeah? Okay, going back to 26, item 26, I hope.
Yes, hi, sorry.
Hi,
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yep, David McLean, yes.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions on this one? I don't have any other speakers listed. So 16 Fenning Street. Ms. Hayes?
I just wondered if they've had an opportunity to have a discussion with the neighbor with respect to the concerns that have already happened and their assurances with respect to matters going forward.
Yes, we have, and we've dealt with that issue. We've re-drywalled the whole area, screening up, and we'll be following the proper building code we have to do.
Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen,
Yes.
just stop for 1 second. Are you using a little microphone or something? Because you're really cutting in and out a lot.
Sorry, I'm using my phone.
You're on the phone?
Yes.
Do you have anything running in the background?
I'm trying to shut everything.
Like YouTube or anything like that?
Yep. Hello, sorry.
Okay, well, let's try again. I didn't quite catch your response.
We have fixed that wall. We've drywalled it and screened in areas and repaired it. And we'll follow whatever we have to in building the new wall to make it right, I guess.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, Mr. Allen, we have no more questions. We're ready to make a decision on this. Anything you want to add that's not in the submissions?
No, that's fine, thanks.
All right, thank you. Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is a very straightforward application and subject to the concern that was raised by the neighbor and I gather has been addressed. I don't have any difficulties with the application. I'd like to move approval without condition.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Cheng? Okay, motion to approve, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, item number 28, 23 Palisades. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of trees of the subject property. We have a covering letter from the agent applicant / solicitor. We have an arborist report from Sebastian Bravo and James Dubrovskis from Lakeshore Tree Services. We have email correspondence from ROBINA Natural Feature Protection. They're not asking for any conditions. And TRCA report, they also, I believe, are okay. And correspondence in support from number 23, which is adjacent I'm not showing any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, this is Kate Harrison of Catherine Harrison Architecture and Design.
Hi. Panel members, do you have any questions for Ms. Harrison? No? Okay, Ms. Harrison, looks like we're ready to take it into committee. Is there anything you want to add that's not in the submissions?
No, thank you. I feel that we put together a submission. We endeavored to work with the TRCA before even coming to the committee to make sure that we would get their approval of anything that we could do on the site before discussing anything with planning. And it was our goal to bring forward an application that we felt was indeed minor and also approved directly by the TRCA and RNFP already.
All right, thank you. Panel member, Ms. Hayes, you have a question?
Sorry, just a quick question. What's the ceiling height in the storage loft? It's not being used for, it's only being used for storage?
It is only going to be used for storage. It's very low.
Okay.
It is less than 7 feet. And right now there is a very non-compliant in terms of building code stair that goes up to this storage loft. And our proposal actually removes even this tiny little stair and puts in one of those ladders so that it will allow us to use it for mechanical space and storage, of course, like your Christmas tree.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's take it into committee then. Mr. Clay.
Sure, Chair. This is, I think this is very straightforward. It's simply a rounding out of the rear addition that already exists, squaring it off. Commendable that the architect and the owner have worked hard with TRCA and Ravines to make sure that there is no compromising construction undertaken. This is a site also that overlooks a ravine, so I don't think there are any negative impacts of this kind of an addition, a modest addition onto the back of the house. So I'm happy to move approval of this this application. I don't believe there are any conditions.
That's okay. Motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Item number 29. 256 Gowan Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a photograph of the site, and no further communication. We don't have any opposition speakers. Do I have the owner on the line?
Yes.
Hi, I just need your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Eden Himmel, 167 7th Avenue.
Okay, I don't believe we need a presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to confirm that there was consultation with the adjacent neighbors on this project.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Any other questions, panel members? No? Okay, Mr. Himmel, we're ready to take it into committee to make a decision. Is there anything you would like to add that you feel we need to know before we go into committee?
Pretty much straightforward application. Out of all the variances that we have, I think those are all minors and mostly existing setback, existing conditions. And the only thing that we are asking for is, which is 1% more than maximum permitted lot coverage, which is very minor in my opinion, and the maximum permitted building length, which is very minor as well. And as the honorable committee member asked me if we had the consultation, yes, we did, and we didn't have any sort of pushback, or actually everybody is in support because we are moving in there, and it's a very tight lot, which is close to 6 meters or 20 feet, which is a very, very narrow lot. And also, city didn't have any sort of opposition either. So I think we'll be looking forward to moving into this property.
Okay, thank you. Let's take it into committee for a decision, panel members. Ms. Hayes?
Thanks. I think the variances being applied for in the context of the street and the neighborhood are minor. The depth matches generally the depth of at least one of the properties. They have spoken to the neighbors. There are many long, narrow lots on this street, and I don't think what's being proposed is unrepresentative of the neighborhood. And having said that, I'd like to move a motion to approve the application with no conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
Would you consider screening of the deck, Joanne? There's a ground floor deck that, actually, I'm not sure from this. If you look at the elevation drawing, there's a drawing A9. There's a raised deck on whatever level that is. I don't know whether that's considered the ground floor or the first floor. It's a pressure treated wood deck. Would you consider screening that?
You're muted, Joanne.
Thanks, Nancy. Just a minute, I'm just scrolling to that drawing now.
It's on the screen, I think.
Yeah, okay, sorry, thanks.
Don't need none, yeah.
Sure, on the east and west sides then?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, so your motion then would be a condition with screening to 1.5 meters east and west side of the rear deck.
yes.
Okay, and that's.
Oh, I thought,
Is it something else, Carl, you want there?
no, I was just gonna second, but I think Aaron has already seconded it.
Oh, okay, all right, so motion to approve moved by Ms. Hayes with that condition, seconded by Mr. Chang, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 30, 67 Leslie Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of trees, and TRCA has no concerns. I am showing a speaker. Do you have that speaker or not? No, I'm talking about the one with the question mark on my sheet. Alex Van Weg. Okay. All right, if I could have the agent first then, and then I'll see.
Kieran, you've been unmuted.
I'm Kieran Randall. I'm the agent. I'm the architect for the owner at 67 Leslie.
Okay, Mr. Randall, can you just stand by a second, because I have one speaker listed, but I'm unclear as to whether they're in support or, so I'm just going to check.
Alex, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Alex Van Wijk.
Hi, I'm here. I'm just like to speak with concern.
All right, so you are speaking in opposition to this application then?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll come back to you. Mr.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Randall?
Hi, yeah, there I'm muted.
Alrighty, so if I can ask you to do a presentation no more than 5 minutes, and then we'll go to the opposition.
Okay. Okay, so my client and we stand by her with a vision of redeveloping this townhouse into 2 dwelling units to contribute essentially for the rectifying the current Toronto housing deficit, and in vision of allowing for 2 units on this very tight site. It's very narrow, as you would be aware of seen in the drawings. The variances we're requesting are 2. One is the floor space index to be taken from 1 to 1.52, and the other one is the building length from 14 to 15.2. Both of these variances respond to space needs to create 2 decent-sized dwelling units for today Toronto's housing market. The ground and basement unit will have just 1 bedroom. It's not huge, and the second and third floor unit will just have 2 bedrooms. Once again, not huge, but within the character of what Toronto's housing market responds to. In addition to these space pragmatic requirements, we've also looked for references of similar buildings in the neighborhood. 63 Leslie, just 2 houses south, is exactly the same size of what we're proposing, down to the T. We don't have the metrics because of limited access to information, but it's 3 stories, a full basement. It's the same building length. We actually pegged our building length to that one to match it. And the difference, the biggest difference comparing those two, is that 63 Leslie, 2 houses to the south, is only 1 big house, while we're proposing 2 dwelling units. There's also 130 Simpson Avenue and 68 Dagmar, a little bit further away, however, still part of the same neighborhood and community. They propose similar FSI increases, proportionately speaking. We shared all these references with community planning, with Tiffany Lee, whom seemed to be in complete agreement with these references and posed no more objection to what we're proposing. Aesthetically, we're proposing, and we have a vision of creating a design that will be in line with the typical Toronto neighborhood charm, with brick, dark flashing and windows, creating an elegant and simple elevation. As far as the built form, we are volunteering an angular plane, as it were, although I know it's not required by the bylaw at the 3rd level, to create for a better pedestrian view from the street level. We've spoken, well, not us, but the owner has spoken to 65 and 69 Leslie Street, the neighbors, and she's advised that she's had positive feedback from them, verbal feedback. And last of all, we've gone through all TRCA's concerns with Andrea Lamb and have received their approval and support. So finally, just want to conclude. I hope you guys will agree with our view on how we're hoping to improve and better the property and its immediate neighborhood and community. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I'll have you back after we hear from the opposition.
Hi there, thanks for your time. So I'm a resident of Brickcourt, and I back onto the proposed site of 67 Leslie. And my main opposition would be related to the dwelling depth and the encroachment on the laneway. Our garage backs onto that property, and so far, and maybe this could be rectified just with some preemptive planning in the construction end. So far, we've had lots of construction with already digging out basement, concrete messes, and trucks blocking our garage, which we do need access to at all times to park our car. And just concerned about that future encroachment during the builds. And a 63 Leslie, although I have no problems with the height of it or anything like that. I understand that's your property and you absolutely have that right. But my concern is the encroachment of the laneway, which 63 Leslie doesn't have, and the lack of consultations with surrounding neighbors, especially the ones we share the common laneway with. As snow comes and piles up, that encroachment isn't happening on any of the other laneway properties. So that's really my main opposition there.
Okay, thank you.
And if we could just when the construction is undergoing, to maybe stipulate that Leslie Street has to be used as the main part of the construction.
I understand your concerns around that, but this committee has absolutely no jurisdiction. That's something that perhaps the owner can work out with his contractors, but we only deal with the variances that are before us.
Mm-hmm. So I guess just the depth is a concern.
Yeah. Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Nipfel?
Yes, was your comment about lack of consultation, was it with regard to this application or the other one that you're having difficulty with?
With this one.
So you haven't had any consultation with the owners on this one?
No. No approach.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Randall, if you could speak to the issues raised, please.
Of course. The building length is 1.2 meters more than what's on the zoning bylaw. That's 4 feet. To be honest, I don't think a 4 feet delta will create the construction to invade the laneway more or less. Having said that, I am we already have a contractor in line for this project. I am perfectly happy to spell out vigorous constraints as to the use of the laneway and even times at which materials can be brought onto the property, etc. There will be a significant rebuild to the interior. We have to redo the 2 floors. So what I'm getting at with that is there will be enough height and clearance to access the lot from the front and bring things through the building. That will be more uncomfortable. However, if that is something that has to be coordinated, I'm sure that's something that we can coordinate, that we can do.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions? Ms. Hayes, Mr. Clay, Mr. Nichols?
Two questions. You're proposing a rooftop terrace. I wondered whether or not that is something that exists in the area, and you could give us some examples. Secondly, I wonder, often when we've had rooftop terraces, the stairway access and the height of the wall to the top of the stairway access is something that often requires a variance. Was that considered as part of the zoning review, and is it within the height, or how was that dealt with?
The drawings that you are looking at are exactly the ones that were submitted to the zoning, to the ZAP. That the height was not flagged as a variance. So to the best of our knowledge and understanding, that is as of right. If that is a concern, there are other options of being able to access a terrace with hatches. It's not as elegant. The final product isn't as nice, but it needn't be a deal breaker.
Sorry to interrupt. I was just wondering what the height sort of was, and is it compliant? Because often we have a sidewall height or an overall height when people are trying to have rooftop access and stairwell access. And I just wanted to know whether or not what your position was on that, but you're saying it was submitted for zoning review and it wasn't flagged as a variance. So thank you.
Understood. Perfect. Going to the other comment that you had, we haven't seen other rooftop references as the one we are proposing nearby. We have designed the rooftop occupancy to be separate from its edge as far as invasion of privacy. You'll see it as a ballast and a buffer zone the whole way at the perimeter of the rooftop design, making the users step back from the edge, which will create this increased privacy screen, as it were, due to the angles of the view. And that buffer, the idea is to have planting around that perimeter, which once again will create more of this privacy. Further to that, immediately south and north at the rooftop terrace is predominantly the roof of the adjacent neighbors, and it's a little bit further away from the backyards.
Okay, Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. My question was basically the same as Joanne's. I thought that this is basically a 4-story home, really, when you think about it, because the access shed on the roof visually looks like it's a portion of the 4th story, which I can only assume because it's on Leslie, and Leslie's probably got an avenue designation, so it's probably I noticed it's about 12 meters to the top of that that parapet. So I'm assuming that because it's on Leslie, then that's a permitted height. But I'm not sure. I agree that just stepping it back will afford the appropriate type of privacy. You are up on a third floor, overlooking in both directions residential properties, even though you're on a major street. I think we should be putting some screening around, in addition to the planters you're talking about. I think we should screen the railing on all sides.
Okay, Mr. Nipfel, did you have a question? I thought I saw your hand.
I do, Madam Chairman. My interpretation, and so perhaps I need clarification on, of the roof plan, was that the planting actually was going all the way around the rooftop deck. It's shown, there are two planters shown at either end, which is shown with planted that's the drawing there. But then there is, as the applicant has indicated, the actual deck terrace is set back. And he said that in that area there was to be planting put between it, I thought, and the edge of the building. So perhaps he could clarify whether that strip of white at the top and the strip of white at the bottom, whether that's to take screen planting. And if it is, it's a nice, I think it's a nice solution for overview. The other point I wanted to ask is, I was a little concerned to find out that the neighbor behind you has had no consultation with you. We highly recommend consultation. It usually ends up in better projects. It saves everybody time in meetings like this. And I would like an undertaking from you that you will continue to consult with the neighbor behind you as you go forward so that you could resolve any difficulties in an amicable way.
Mr. Randall?
Yes, I agree 100% that conversations with the surrounding neighbors is the way to go. We did advise our client to please approach all the neighbors possible to present the design and get their feedback. And we will stress that moving forward. We're on the same page as far as that goes. Regarding the surrounding planters, the actual hatched areas that you see at the left and right, or east and west, essentially is a ballast. The white at the north and south, that is where we envision the planting. Unfortunately, it's not actually noted in the keynotes, but I'm stating that is what our vision is, to have planters there. I think it would look very, it would look beautiful and create this barrier. If guards, visuals, screens are needed to further create this privacy, we would be happy to concede that as well.
And would those guards then, unless it's the planting perhaps itself is a screen, but you're providing planting on the north and the south, and then on the east and the west we have ballasts. They are noted as somewhere on your drawings. I thought that they were planters. So is that not planting material as well?
We hadn't envisioned it, because our idea was that looks down onto your own garden. It can be as well. If that is something that the committee would like to see, we could consider that also as planting area. And the privacy screen that we would, if you guys deem it necessary, we would put it on the outside of that, so it would, so the residents using the rooftop terrace could also benefit from this shrouding of the plants.
Okay, thank you very much.
Through you, Madam Chair, just for clarity, I did check the zoning review, and the maximum height permitted in the zone is 14 meters.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, panel members? Okay, let's take it into committee.
Carl, you and I were the ones talking about the screening, so I just want to see if we're on the same page. I kind of like the idea having, as he offered, having screening around the perimeter in addition to the plantings. Again, plantings are seasonal, so it is up quite high, and there are surrounding residences, so I think it would be appropriate to have that.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay, so
So do you want to move a motion?
are you proposing a condition then, gentlemen?
Yeah, sure. Again, overall, I think this is a major artery. I thought the design of the dwelling was aesthetically pleasing. He did note that there are others that are equally built in that kind of a height. I think given the conditions that we're going to talk about for the rooftop terrace, I think the rooftop terrace is fine. Again, it is introducing more accommodation into an area that I think could use it. I think it's a supportable application, so I'm prepared to move a motion to approve, subject to the condition of having screening, appropriate screening around the perimeter of the rooftop deck.
Okay, in addition to the planting. Is that what you're saying?
I think that, yeah, the planting sounds like the plantings were already in the plans, right?
Okay. Rooftop deck.
As the applicant indicated, he put the screening on the outside and put the planting on the inside so that the people using the deck would get the benefit of the planting, which I think is a good. I think this is actually a very sophisticated solution. It provides two very high quality residential units. It's a nice way to increase density.
Okay, so that motion then is moved by Mr. Clay with that condition, and then are you seconding it, Mr. Niffel?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
All right. So motion to approve with a condition for screening around the perimeter of the rooftop deck, and that's moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Niffel. All in favor? That carries. Okay, I'd like to do two more and then take a break, because then we're at the 4:30 time slot. These ones should not take too long, I think. All right. Item 31, 154 Robina Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. And forestry is asking for condition number 1. I don't have any speakers listed other than the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon. My name is Addison Milne Price, and I'm a planner at Design Plan Services of 900 The East Mall, Suite 300.
Hi. I don't think we need a presentation, but let me see if there are any questions for you. Panel members, any questions? No? Okay, sir, it doesn't look like there are any questions from the members. We're ready to take it into committee. Is there anything you want to add that we should know before we go into committee?
No, given that there's no opposition, I feel that this is a straightforward application.
Okay. We're in committee, panel members? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think that this application as presented makes sense. It's reasonable and doesn't basically introduce any problems. I, however, would like to make it subject to forestry condition number 1, and I'd like to tie it to the plans. And the reason for that is that were it not for the setback, the way in which the upper floors are set back, I think this would be an overpowering building. I think it's the setback approach has reduced the visual impact of that height, and I think that makes it more amenable. So I would like to add a condition that the approval be tied to the plans that are before us.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Ms. Hayes? Okay, motion. Yeah?
I think there's forestry condition number 1 as well.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I think I mentioned
sorry.
that.
Sorry.
I know,
Sorry.
it's been a long day. I get
Sorry.
it. So
I just didn't want us to miss it. Thanks.
All
I'll
right.
second.
So motion to approve, including forestry condition number 1 and a condition to tie it to plans, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, the final item in this time slot is 36 Lawton Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and support from the neighbor at 34. Okay, there's no speakers other than the agent. Okay, do we have the agent on the line?
Yes, you do. Hi, my name is Farhad Rabri. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and panel members.
Hi.
And from a principal of Leeds Architect at 91 Glenlake Avenue.
Okay.
I'm the designer and the agent for this project.
All right, you're speaking on behalf of the owner then?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we don't have any opposition, so panel members, I don't think we need a presentation. We have 4 variances before us. Do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. Overall, I didn't really have any major problems with this, but what did stick out with me was height. I did notice that the height being requested is almost 2 meters over what's allowed. So 11.87 meters versus 10 meters. So can you just speak to me a little bit about the height? Like, well, why is it so high, but how does that compare with homes and structures
Yes.
in the neighborhood?
Sure, I'll be happy to do that. Currently, there are two buildings, existing buildings on the site. One is the main house, which is a 2-story detached house, and then there is a 1-story garage. The main house is currently laid out more like a rental house and does not reflect my client's need as a single family of 4 parents and 2 kids to live in. So we are therefore proposing creating a real single family home by renovating mainly the interior of the house, keeping the existing footprint as is, and just adding a partial 3rd floor large enough to accommodate the master bedroom and an ensuite bathroom for the parents. So in answer to your question, specifically for that, all we are really doing on the 3rd floor is having a 6-foot wall, because that happens to be the owner's height. And then after that is the same pitch roof as we have existing, basically plugged on top of that 6-foot perimeter wall. So in other words, we are just going the basic minimum before the owner would bang his head on the corner of the wall on the 3rd floor, and then just putting the same roof pitch slope on the roof. And that's how we came up with it. It wasn't an arbitrary height. It was just basically the minimum we needed to be able to create a master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The footprint remains the same. We are not having any addition on any side, so the footprint is the same. And the 3rd floor is a partial 3rd floor, only large enough to accommodate basically the master bedroom for the owners. Now for the garage, we are proposing to demolish it and put a laneway suite that has a proper 1-car garage on the ground level and a livable 2nd story earmarked to be rented. Now, the laneway suite meets all the zoning requirements according to zoning review. And the important part is that both of our immediate neighbors, both to the south and the north, are completely they're basically supporting they know what we're doing, they're supporting it, and both of them have sent you a letter that is submitted to the city in support of this project.
Yeah, no, thanks. And frankly, I thought the design of the laneway suite was quite good. I didn't have any problem at all with that. I just wanted to get a better sense from you what the height issues of the main dwelling were. So if I'm looking straight at the house on Google Maps, are you telling me that the house will be effectively 6 feet higher than it is now?
Roughly 6 feet high, and that 6 feet high comes from basically the knee wall on the 3rd floor before the cathedral ceiling starts at the same slope as existing, just so that it becomes you're not banging your head on the corner of the ceiling. And the owner is 6'1" basically, so that's where that 6 foot comes from. So it's really the minimum height to have a workable 3rd floor in there.
Okay.
Larry, there's also a drawing at A00. The applicant has showed a picture.
And in that picture, if you actually look at that picture, you see a few doors down, the houses are actually taller than us.
Yeah, I was trying to look around in the street and see how that additional, I mean, it's 2 meters, that's pretty high over what what's allowed. So I wanted us to kind of see how that would look and importantly, how it fits into the context of the surrounding area. I think you're right. I think there are homes which may not be quite as high, but are pretty close to comparable.
And I just received a text from Eric, the owner, who would like to also have a few words.
Okay.
That's up to the chair.
I can give him a couple of minutes, sure.
Sure.
Eric, you've been unmuted.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
First, I'd like to thank the committee for their time. What you do is very, very important to these girls, so my thanks to you. Our goal is to be good neighbors and environmental citizens of Toronto. This home was built in 1910 when the family dynamics were quite different. This is our permanent single-family home, and we've endeavored to maintain the look and style of the neighborhood. And I think that goes to the committee members' question. The reason why we've maintained the slope of that roof is to maintain the look of that neighborhood. The street does slope from north to south, so there are houses that are on the same street that are actually quite high further up to the north. So there is a slope to the street that does help that. So our goal has always been to keep with the style of the neighborhood, and that includes keeping the roof slope as it is. And this also includes keeping the facade the same way. So we had the option to build potentially a flat roof here, and we thought that it would look very out of place in this street. We know our neighbors quite well. We all have young families. Both my neighbor to the south and to the north are very supportive of this, and they've submitted letters stating as such. We've used green technology, including heat pumps, solar PV. We've got insulation from an energy modeler, a green roof on the laneway suite. These are all things that are going to add to the neighborhood. We think that overall this design will be quite complementary. This area is identified as a community improvement zone, and what we've endeavored to do, we think will complement with the city's plan. So we're hopeful that the committee will agree to the plan as submitted. So thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Panel members, do you have any other questions? Ms. Hayes?
Just one question. With respect to the rear yard, would there's a walkway there? Is there an intention to, or would there be any objection to, if the committee directed that be made of permeable pavers, just to ensure that there's the best landscape situation in the rear yard as possible?
Well, I can either ask the owner or Mr. Raberi. I don't know who's on.
Whoever would like to answer. You're asking for a reduction in rear yard landscaping, and I was just looking for an opportunity that it will not increase the percentage, but
Are there mics on?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm the owner, I'm here. The architect should be there also.
Okay,
so
I'm not averse to doing what the committee has asked. I think that the committee has been reasonable. I've been here throughout the day. It's a long day, as I'm sure you've had as well. Very interesting work, and I'm happy to accommodate what the committee is asking.
Okay, so you're okay for permeable pavers then as a condition for the walkway?
Yeah, and that's in the rear of the yard, just so that I'm clear.
That's what my question was directed at. Yes.
Yeah, our intent for that walkway was actually to maintain it as grass and just put small stones in there for people to step on. It was not meant to be a piece of concrete or something like that, but permeable pavers, as I understand them, would be fine.
Well, it's just that you're asking for a reduction in rear yard soft landscaping. So the zoning reviewer probably did not count that walkway as permeable in the calculation, or can you clarify that for me?
Actually, I was going to answer that, but I was muted, so I tried to answer. I couldn't.
Okay, you can answer now.
Yeah, I agree with Eric that we have no problem with turning that into permeable pavers.
Okay, so would the walkway then, to your client's comment that it was going to be, gravel, which is permeable. So in terms of the zoning examiner, did they exclude that walkway from the calculation of soft landscaping? Okay, thank you.
Joanne, if you're gonna make a condition, can we just leave it as permeable rather than pavers? Because if they're planning to
Yeah.
put grass and
Yeah,
stones.
no,
in-
that's what, yeah, I just, sorry, but when, the owner said that, I wondered, oh, has the zoning examiner counted it as gravel already and would be less than 59% if I went to permeables?
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Mr. Nitful.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. On the, I don't know if this goes to the architect or the applicant, but the third floor deck overlooks the property to the south. It doesn't appear to overlook the property to the north because the property to the north extends beyond it. I think we need screening, but I would suggest that we need screening only on the south to prevent overlook onto the property that's immediately to the south. Do you have any difficulty with that as a condition?
No, I just point out that both owners are completely aware of what we're doing and they have had no objections. However, if you're proposing that, suppose we could do that, but they have no objections because they're completely aware of what we do.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee then. Ms. Hayes?
Okay, I think Carl and I sort of had our hand up at the same time, but I'll
Go
go.
ahead, Joanne.
Okay, thank you. Before I start, Carl, I'm unclear of what your thought is about with the screening.
Well, I mean, I was inclined to suggest that we have screening on the south side of the outdoor patio because it's a large patio.
Okay.
I know the owners are in agreement, but I still think on the south it would make sense.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks. Okay, so I think that what's being proposed is reasonable given the context of the neighborhood and how they have designed the home. I think that it meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act, and I'm prepared to make a motion to approve the application, but I would like to attach 2 conditions to that. Firstly, that there be screening on the south side of the deck to a minimum of 1.5 meters, and also that the walkway identified on the site plan be of pea gravel or loose gravel that allows for penetration of rainwater. That would be my motion.
Or just permeable material. Would that work?
So we'll say permeable material instead of pavers. Yeah, thanks.
And that's the walkway in the rear.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks, Larry. Much better wording. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Mr. Clay, so a motion to approve, including screening on the 3rd floor deck on the south side and permeable material to be used for the rear walkway. Moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, we're
Chair, if I could just indulge me for just an observation. I just wanted to acknowledge the Laneway Suite application we just saw. I thought, it's as of right. So this is the 2nd or 3rd I think we've had today, which is as of right. It's kind of good to see that we're seeing Laneway Suites come forward, which are nested quite nicely within the current bylaw. So congratulations on the Laneway Suite aspect of it as well.
Okay, we're going to take a break till 5:15, and then we'll be back with item 33. Okay, all right, so item number 33, which is 11 FERMANAGH Avenue. So this one is being withdrawn. Do I have the agent on the line, or? And what about the person with interest? No? Okay. Okay, panel members, so this one is being withdrawn without a refund. So I guess I'll just need a motion for that. Mr. Nipfel, then Ms. Hayes. Carl, okay, so Carl moves the motion and Ms. Hayes seconds.
Yeah, sorry.
To withdraw the application. Okay, without a refund. Okay. Item number 34. 134 Marion Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 4 photographs of on-site landscaping, a covering letter from the agent, a second covering letter from the agent, correspondence from the agent in response to neighbor concerns, and previous decisions affecting the property. All right, do I have the agent on the line? I don't have any other speakers.
Jason Rodriguez, you've been unmuted.
Hello, thank you. My name is Jason Rodriguez from InterArc. I'm at 1351 Dundas Street West in Toronto.
All right, sir. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? We have 6 variances before us. Okay, Mr. Nipfel.
Mr. Rodriguez, somewhere in the material that you supplied, you indicated that this is actually not a semi-detached building, but a detached building. Am I correct?
Correct.
Should we change the purpose of the application to reflect that?
I think it's been scratched out to detached. It's scratched out, Carl. It's very faint, but it's...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I had previously identified that to the committee.
I need new glasses.
It's okay. Sometimes it's hard to read for us. Some of this stuff comes in pretty small, but, okay. Any other questions? Mr. Clay?
Yeah, I'm just gonna, I'd just like to confirm, I think, that the front yard landscaping deficit is an existing condition.
That is correct. There's also some photographs on file that were submitted with the tree photos, I believe the file's called, and it shows what the existing condition is. There's, you know, ample soft landscaping there. There's just some hard curved areas and a partial what used to be used as a driveway in the front of the concrete section there. So that's the existing conditions, and they're to remain as is.
Any other questions, panel members? Ms. Hayes?
You're looking for quite a deficit in rear yard soft landscaping. Can you hear your justification for that, please?
Again, the rear yard soft landscaping, there's a photo that was attached to the same file showing the rear yard, is also an existing condition that we are looking to maintain. Again, this application was before the committee in 1989 when the third parking space was shown on that plan to show the parking in the rear. There's 3 spaces in the rear, and it's just a gravelled area where there is parking, and then there's grass between there and the rear of the building. The substandard condition in the rear yard soft landscaping is a result of that existing condition that has been in place since the mid-90s.
Okay, so it's going to remain as gravel?
Yeah, it's remaining as gravel to provide the three parking spaces that are there.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Niffel?
So that means that the existing parking is permeable if it's gravel. You would have no difficulty if we put that in as a condition so that it doesn't get paved with asphalt?
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions, panel members? Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, is there anything else you want to add before we go into committee?
Just to bring to the committee's attention that, like it was previously mentioned and as was submitted, the variances are a result of the changes in the bylaw. The house has been in existence since the mid-90s as a 5-unit building. There were variances that were obtained at that time, and the previous owner failed to obtain building permits to secure those. And now the new owners are looking to legalize the property and maintain its existing use and construction.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, let's take it into committee for a decision. Mr. Clay.
Sure, I'm happy to take this one, Chair. I think this is a straightforward. This is all pretty much existing conditions. This is just kind of legalizing what is already there. The landscaping is existing conditions. Carl makes a good suggestion that we make as a condition that the driveway area in the rear remain as permeable material. Other than that, I think it's overall fairly minor, and I move approval with that condition.
Okay, it would be the parking area, right? Okay.
That's correct, yes.
All right, and that's seconded by Ms. Hayes? Yeah, okay, so motion to approve with a condition that the parking area in the rear remain permeable material. And that's moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? That carries. Your application's been approved. Item number 35, 792 Davenport Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of trees, email correspondence between the applicant and the application technician. We have ravine and natural feature protection, no conditions. Transportation has no concerns. We have correspondence expressing interest from 796 Davenport. I don't show any other speakers except the agent. And do I have the agent on the line?
Yeah, this is Chuan Liang. I'm the architect of 106 Thomas Walster Street, Markham.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? No? Okay, ma'am, we don't have any questions for you. We're ready to make a decision on this. Is there anything you would like to add that you feel the committee should know that's not in the materials before us?
I think everything is in the material.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take it into committee, panel members. Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what's being proposed is reasonable. Some of the variances being requested are to reconstruct already in place things like the porch and the stairs. It's not uncommon, and there's some just down the street where the garage has been changed into living accommodation. So I don't think what's being proposed is uncharacteristic. And and transportation has no objection. I'd like to move a motion to approve the application with no conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Cheng, so motion to approve. Moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 36, 132 Willow Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a copy of the revised site plan, 2 photographs of the neighbor's trees. In our supplemental, we received revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised zoning waiver, covering letter from the agent, and we have email correspondence from the TRCA as well as community planning are asking for conditions to tie it to the revised plans. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, Nicola Osborne.
Hi. So I just want to clarify the variances before us. Are you deleting variance 4 and revising variance number 5?
Yes. So I'm the applicant, and so we have eliminated the 4th variance, the original 4th variance, because in working with the planner to increase the rear yard soft landscaping, we've reduced the size of the garage from 44 square meters to 39 and a half. So eliminating the original variance.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So the variance number 4 that we have is the one for the ancillary building will have a total floor area of 43.87 meters square. So you're removing that variance? Is that correct?
From the original, yeah, I have sent in a
no, I know what you sent in. It's what we have before us. And
yeah.
I believe it's the one that's still here. So you're removing that variance for the ancillary building. We'll have a total floor
Correct.
area of 43.87 meters square. So that's deleted. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the 5th variance, which we still have before us, you're revising it to 46.59 meters square for the rear yard for soft landscaping. Is that right?
Yeah, from 37 to 46.59.
And what I also need is the percentage, if you have it.
Yeah, so it's 46.6, which is 0.59%.
I see. So you're revising it to 46 point. No, that doesn't make sense. So you're revising
Well,
it.
we rounded off. I mean, I think it says 46.59%.
Yeah, that's
of the rear yard.
No, okay, that's the percent. And then what's the square meters?
8 square meters is 41.48.
Sorry, 41 point what?
48.
Okay, Sabrina, did you get that? Because I still didn't get it. I'm sorry, I still didn't get it. So did you say 41.48?
Okay, so it goes by coverage. The total coverage is 47.56. So if you subtract that from 89.03, you get 41.48 square meters, which reflects 46.59%.
Okay.
Of the rear yards.
Okay, I see it on the screen now. Okay. Okay, so you're making those revisions and then that will coincide with planning, tying it to the revised plans that you submitted.
Correct.
Okay.
And through you, Madam Chair, those plans are dated October 7th, 2022.
Thanks. Okay. Do we have the opposition speaker? No? Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? So we're looking at the application as amended. Mr. Nipfel.
Yeah, we've got an awful lot of new revised drawings and these changes to the variances. So I just want to make sure I've got it all straight. When all is said and done, what has changed to the drawings? Just the size, the amount of soft landscaping?
Yeah, the size of the garage has been reduced. So those dimensions have been bubbled on the plan. And
Yes.
the walkout, basement walkout has been reduced. And those dimensions have been bubbled on the plan.
Okay, and those are the only changes from what we had previously.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, Ms. Osborne, is there anything you want to add before we go into committee? There are no further questions. Anything that you feel we need to know that's not in the submissions? And we'll look at this as amended.
Yeah, so, the two things we're doing is adding the rear garage, and we're adding a rear addition on top of an existing one-story addition with a basement walkout. So I just want to say that the minor variance reflects 0.13 FSI more than the pre-existing one-story, which brings the total up to 0.97. So this reflects 32.8 square meters or 350 square feet that we're adding to bring the home up into kind of a market value with a principal bedroom ensuite. So we're basically rounding out the rear addition footprint. We're not creating more footprint and maintaining the character of the neighborhood by retaining the traditional gable roof from the front, Willow Avenue, and not popping out dormers and things on the side at the attic level. So we are infilling the area above the one-story addition. So I wanted to ask for the committee to accept the minor variance.
Okay, thank you. All right, panel, we're in committee. Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. Firstly, appreciate the efforts of the applicant to work with planning to approve the application. I think what's being proposed here is indeed reasonable. The number of square meters being added is negligible in terms of the total home, and I think it'll have little, if any, impact. I can support this application, and I'd like to move a motion to approve the application as amended, subject to the planning condition to tie it to the site plan that was received on October the 7th.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Mr. Chang. Okay, motion to approve, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Chang. With the deletion of variance number 4, variance number 5 is revised to 46.59%, which is 41.48 meters squared, and tying it to the October 7th revised plans. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 37. 15 Fernwood Park Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from Mr. McCormick, email correspondence from planning, and they are asking for a condition to plant a tree to improve the tree canopy. Forestry is asking for refusal on variances 1 and 7, or a condition if we choose to approve it. And we have four form letters in support signed by 11, 14, 15, and 17 Fernwood. And do we have the speaker? Okay, do you have the agent?
This is Christopher McCormack, the architect who made the submission.
Okay, Mr. McCormack, can you just stand by 1 second? I just want to see if this person is in opposition or if they want to speak.
Judy, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Ms. Oleniuk.
Yes.
Hi, did you want to speak in opposition to the application?
No, I do not.
Okay, so you don't wish to speak at all? You're just listening?
That's right.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. McCormick, I don't think that we need a presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? No?
Yes, Chair.
Oh, Mr. Clay.
So, I'm just looking at, I hope I have the right house. I'm just looking at what I think is a Google Maps image of the house you're proposing to renovate. And I guess one of the big issues is the tree.
The tree, you're looking at a photograph?
Yeah.
Yes, that is the photograph of the existing house that is part of this proposal to replace. The tree was a city tree that was removed a year ago. The top third of it was hollow, and the city made a decision to remove it. And in our conversation with the city, we talked about adding a tree, and they selected to put one in the rear yard.
Yeah, I was just noticing the image I have has the dreaded orange dot on it, which is usually a sign that the city is going to come and remove it, right? So
yeah, it was taken out earlier this year, and I actually submitted a photograph to the city because they were looking at an old Google. You can't see me, can you?
No, unless do you have your no, you didn't register to be on video, so we can't see.
Okay. Well, I did submit a photograph, which included the photograph of the sign. If you had that in your file of the photo with the sign in front, you'll see that there's a large stump.
They're looking for it.
I haven't seen it, but I think the upshot, I guess, is that the tree that forestry was concerned about?
It was initially, yes, because our response was to send the photographs showing that it was missing. And then they asked if we would mind adding a tree, and I said we'd be very happy to, and we sent back a sketch with it in the rear yard.
Okay,
and I think that's part of the material.
Yeah, forestry has recommended we refuse this, but it sounds like events have superseded that. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Any other questions, panel members? Mr. Nipfel? What's that ticking?
Carl, you're muted there.
Sorry. There are decks on the second floor, the third floor, and the ground floor that I would argue need screening, and I was going to recommend that there be screening on the north and south edges of those outdoor spaces. Do you have any difficulty with that?
We have on the second story in the back, we have a planter on each side to provide that kind of privacy for both. I have a little familiarity with the street because we were the architects a couple of years ago for number 11. And when we started this project, I've been working with the neighbors, and we've provided some three-dimensional drawings showing how it would sit in context. And the architecture on the street's been designed to be part of the street and the streetscape. And so we have no concerns about providing screening and looking out for privacy both ways. There's a sort of a diagonal view of the lake that they all enjoy. But there's very much a sense of community there. And when we started the design, I was very clear with our client that I wanted to respect the front yard and rear yard setbacks that exist north and south of the building. And you can see that on the site plan that we submitted.
Okay, on the, my apologies, because in my agenda, I can't read the wording on your plans. It's obliterated, but I do see
That
you've
plan
got
is
a planter.
Yeah,
You've
that's
got a
a
planter
basement.
box on both sides of the second floor balcony. So
Yes.
would you be prepared to put planter boxes on the third floor as well, or would you recommend that there be screening on that?
Yeah, the third floor already has a higher wall. It's just, if you look at the third floor, there is a block at the south, and then the view is more on a diagonal to the south east. We could easily put screening along the north.
Okay, so you don't need it on the south where the fireplace and hearth are?
Yes, because that's already 3.5 feet high, 4 feet high.
Why don't we just say that we tie it to the plans and we'll have an understanding that you'll put screening on, because you've done it in a number of ways that I think frequently are much more agreeable than a wall. I think the planters are a great idea. You might wish to do the same thing on the roof deck at the top. So
Okay, thank you for that. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. McCormick, I have something in my notes. Did I read in your covering letter, are you proposing to delete variance number 8 for the 46%
Number 8 and number 12. Number 8 and number 12 were actually accommodated earlier, and
Okay.
a zoning notice was issued July 8th, reducing the 12 to 10. But the one that was issued was the original 10. So when I made my comments, I just noted that number 8 and number 12 have been addressed.
Okay, so so for number 8, for the 46% landscaping, because it's still in our notice, are you removing that then?
No, we've met the requirements.
Yeah, so should that variance be deleted? You don't need it anymore?
Variance number 8 and variance number 12 have been removed by the city. For
Okay.
some reason, an earlier zoning notice was released.
Yeah, I get it that you've worked it out, but we just still have that notice before us, so as in, I think the last one or a couple before. So I just want to make sure that we're deleting the right things here. So variance number 8 is
And number 12.
minimum of 50%, and you were asking for 40%, so that's deleted, right?
Yes, we've met the requirement.
And then for number 12 is the rear ground floor deck stairs will be located 0.46 meters from the south lot line is also deleted. Is that correct?
Yes, we've corrected that on the drawing.
Okay, so both 8 and 12 on the notice that was mailed out are deleted. Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Sorry, Ms. Hayes.
Just looking at that forestry memo again, and the picture they included in their memo, I think they're referring to the tree that's on the neighbor's property, not the one with the orange dot that doesn't exist anymore on the subject property.
That tree is the tree that we were talking about.
Is it?
Yeah.
It doesn't
cut
look
it
like
down.
it's close enough. Okay. It's all perspective. The way that picture looks,
It's a weird angle, though. It does look.
It's so
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
It's very strange. The point is that the building that is proposed in the application in front of you is no closer to the street than what is there currently, and the tree's been removed.
Okay. So the excavation for the basement is not going to at all disturb that other tree either.
No.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that
Thank
picture
you.
is weird angle.
Yeah, very.
Thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay. Anything you want to add, Mr. McCormick? We're ready to go into committee to make a decision on this.
No, I appreciate your questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, let's take it into committee, panel members. Mr. Chang, are you coughing again, or was that your hand up?
I'm calling again. I think if I have to make comments, I think I have very
Sure,
happy
go
about
ahead.
the resolution that we have come with, and I would like to make a motion to approve the application.
Okay, so it would be the application as amended,
Correct? Yes.
which is deleting variances 8 and 12. And then we have planning condition for a tree to be planted. And then forestry staff, should we put the condition on still that they were asking for in the second report there? It was either the refusal or the condition to, I think it's to injure submission of a complete application for a permit to injure or remove a tree. I don't know. Should
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, yes, that's fine.
Okay, so with those conditions, Mr. Chang, is that okay?
Yes, please.
I
Yeah.
believe there was
Would you-
also tied to plans.
Oh, yes,
Sure.
and
Yeah,
tie, I wrote it
Could-
down
could
here,
I
tie it
suggest-
into plans.
The reason we were doing that was for screening, so I wonder maybe we could be a bit more specific and say that the ground floor and second floor decks are to be screened as shown on the plans, and that the third floor the north side of the third floor deck will also be screened. And as I discussed with the applicant, I don't think we need to specify how. He's got a good handle on this, and he'll select an approach.
Do you want to screen the ground floors as well, or just the
They're
second?
already there. They're on the floor plan. On the plans, it shows planters on either side.
Right.
On
Okay.
both the ground floor and the second floor. That's why I've said they'd be screened as shown on the plan, so they're already there.
Correct. Right.
Did you get all that, Sabrina? Okay, I'm not gonna repeat all this. So you're okay with that? So all those conditions, so that motion's moved by Mr. Chang. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Clay, all in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously, and the application's approved with those conditions.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Item number 38, the last one in this time slot, 452 Oakwood Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. And we have email correspondence from transportation. They don't have any concerns. Okay, I only have the agent speaking on this one.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Eddie Perez. I'm the designer and here on behalf of the owner. As you can see, we're proposing to demolish an existing garage. We're going to replace it with 2 parkings. That's all that can fit on that job on the site, where 3 is needed, but 2 is only always there. And we're going to use perforated interlock for the 2 spots to drainage of water and such. Which at this point there is no drainage whatsoever. So we're improving the site.
Okay, I don't think we need a further full presentation. I do note there's 0 rear yard landscaping, which I'm guessing the members are going to ask about also. So maybe you could speak to that variance.
Yeah, the 0 is it's an existing condition. There's like you can see the dotted lines. It shows where the garage is at present, which we're going to be demolishing, and then we're going to put interlocking with perforated interlocking, and we need the access to go to the parking spots, and that's why we have no green. And as you can see, the house to the north as well has no green. It's very common in this area because the way it's mostly rental properties and such.
Okay, Mr. Clay.
Eddie, so you're demolishing the garage. What's the material? Is it concrete underneath the garage?
Yeah, it's concrete right now. It's a concrete block and frame garage right now, and it's concrete underneath. So we'll be removing that.
So you're gonna bring a digger in to do that, right?
Yeah, just they might even do it by hand. It's not a big job.
Well, that's why I was asking, if you're gonna have a digger in there, is there any way you can increase the area which you put in permeable pavers beyond just the parking pads? If you're going to be digging it up anyways,
yeah,
right?
we can do it to the side and to the back. Yeah.
Yeah, I think whatever we can do to expand the area where rainwater can get through. I think.
Yeah, we can do it to the back as well as the side.
Yeah, so and you got the digger there anyways, right?
1.42 meters on the side, and then the part in the back we can do it. The whole square there.
Okay,
Why
that's
can't
helpful.
the space is 1.42, why can't that be soft landscaping?
Or whatever, yeah.
On that side, we can add soft landscaping if you like. I did a quick calc.
Because look, you need space to get into the garages, right, from the right of
Well, to
way?
get into the parking space, we need,
Yeah.
yeah. On the side,
So you don't need that 1.42 space, you don't need that, so that could be landscaped.
yeah,
And
that
a
can be landscaped.
portion of a triangle that goes from the lower corner of your one-story addition, and if you drew a 45-degree angle up, that area that's then captured behind the one-story frame, it's a triangle, that could be landscaped as well, could it not?
Yeah, I did a quick calc. What we can come up with is around 12% landscaping,
Okay, and what's
which would give us 17 square meters.
17 square meters, 12%,
landscape.
right? That's the best you can do?
Yeah, because going in and out and all the cars, it's very hard for a lot of people because they have to maneuver. It's hard to back up in the driveway and such, so they have to move around in that area where the parking is. So we can provide it on the side and at the back, and that'll be a 12% landscaping.
So variance
So
number
that-
1, you would amend it to that then?
Yeah, we can amend it to 17 square meters of landscaping.
Okay. Carl, go ahead.
And is that what that L shape comes out to be, Eddie? The
Yeah,
space behind the garage and the space beside, right?
Yeah, that's about that, yeah. Because then there's a little shed at the back too, that's remaining.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, anything you want to add? We're ready to make a decision on this one then, as amended, variance number 1, Mr. Perez.
Yeah, I feel that what we're doing is we're improving the parking area. We're putting the perforated interlock, which is improving, plus adding the landscaping. I think would be minor in nature and it meets the 4 tests.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Clay?
Sure, I'll move this one ahead. I think that's commendable that we've gotten some additional soft landscaping. And the fact that it's going to be perforated interlock or permeable interlock, I think that's good as well. So I think this is, as the agent noted, this is a better outcome than the existing condition. So I think it's supportable, even though it's only, what do you say, 12%?
Yep, 12%,
12%.
17 square meters.
It's still pretty low, but I think that given what it's at now, I think that's a pretty good outcome. So I'm prepared to move approval of this application, subject to, I'm going to tie it to the plans because the plan does make reference to the perforated interlock, and also that we amend variance number 1, thank you, to read 12%, or how many square meters, Chair? 17 square meters.
Okay, so that motion, are you seconding, Ms. Hayes? So moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Hayes as amended. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Moving on.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Yes, you too. Thanks. Moving on to the 4:30 time slot. Just give me 1 second. Got to change files here. Okay. Item number 39, 350 Vaughan Road. We have a copy of the deferral request, copy of a draft plan of survey, services plan and site plan, bylaws applying to the property. We have a zoning bylaw amendment, as well as a final report from council, municipal infrastructure agreement. We have reports from engineering, and they're asking for a condition as well as, well, planning's report is more of an information report. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, my name is Adrian Latavsky. I just want to confirm that you can hear me.
I can hear you. You're asking for a deferral, is that right?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and that's to address planning concerns?
No, it's just to, actually just to address notice deficiency
Okay.
on our part.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions? If not, we'll take it into committee on the deferral then. Ms. Hayes?
Thanks. I'd like to move a motion to defer the application to allow the notice deficiency to be rectified and to be, the matter be rescheduled at the earliest available date.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Yes. Mr. Chang? So that motion moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Chang, all in favor? That carries, so the matter's been deferred.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Item number 40, 321 Westlake Avenue, parts 1, 2, and 3. Committee had before it, has before it the copy of the draft plan of survey, copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from Amber Stewart, copy of the arborist report. We have email correspondence from planning. They're asking for condition regarding permeable pavers. We have engineering asking for condition. Forestry is asking for refusal or conditions. We have correspondence in opposition from a resident on Westlake Avenue, doesn't have a street address, as well as Westlake Crescent and 17 Westlake Crescent. And I am not showing any speakers listed here, other than the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
I can. If you can just identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, thank you. It's Amber Stewart, and I am counsel for the owners.
Okay, panel members, do you need a presentation, or do you want to go straight to questions? Do you have any questions, anybody? Ms. Hayes and then Mr. Clay.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart, one question for you, or to start with anyway. When I was, and I've read the material, but I just need some clarification. So when I was out looking at the site, the properties immediately next to it that have the new homes on Westlake Crescent and the parking on Westlake Avenue, there's only one home on those lots. But a little further along, there are houses on both the avenue and the crescent. The ones that are on the crescent, what's the frontages of those compared to the frontages being proposed, frontage and area compared to what's being proposed here?
Thank you for that question, Ms. Hayes, and through you, Madam Chair. It might help if the committee staff were able to put up a visual that I had prepared separately from the letter. And I know that some of these houses that have been recently approved through severance on these streets and in this area would not necessarily have been built yet, but they are approved and will be built very shortly. So it was the graphic was just a one-page. Let's see. Oh, yes, there it is. If you could zoom on that graphic a little bit. Thank you very much. So what you will see, if you look at, you can see where I've labeled it subject site. And if you look one lot to the north, which is 323 Westlake, and then right next door, and then again 2 lots to the south at 317 Westlake, the frontages and areas that are approved, well, let me not misspeak. The frontages of the lot immediately to the north and then 2 lots to the south, those frontages and areas are nearly identical to what is proposed in this case. And the one immediately to the north at 323, that was approved by the committee in May of this year. In terms of some of the frontages moving down the street where you've got some of the other older lots that may or may not have been severed, but certainly have this similar condition of one lot facing the avenue and 2 lots facing the crescent. Some of those are very modestly wider and larger, but I think they're all quite similar in terms of frontage. So just to give you an idea, let's see, the 323 Westlake, that has frontages of 7.95 meters and it's for the 2 lots, and then 141.7 square meters in area. And then 319 Westlake, those have 7.95 meters frontage and then 244.62 square meters area. But again, that's because they didn't do the 1 into 3, they did the 1 into 2 and reverse the frontage. The third one at 317, which is again quite similar, those have 7.94 and 7.95 meters frontage, so they're again almost identical, and then 139 or 139.1 square meters in area, so almost identical, just a very little bit smaller. Does that help answer your question, or would you like me to give you a little bit more detail?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Mr. Clay?
Yeah, I think I was on a panel when the 323 was approved, and I don't know, Ms. Stewart, whether you were part of that one as well. But there was a great deal of opposition to that severance, which sounds fairly similar to the one you're proposing today. There is a number of folks that are concerned about the number of redevelopments in and along this street and in and along this crescent, which, you know, I think we need to understand a little bit better. But my question is more about the forestry memo, which is recommending refusal because severing these lots will require the removal of a healthy tree. So I wonder if you could speak to that, and also could you speak a little bit to the concerns, I think, of the residents of the amount of development happening in this area?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Klein. Yes, I was a part of that initial application, but again, through you, Madam Chair, in terms of the number of severance applications, it's true. You're absolutely correct to make that observation that there have been several in this neighborhood. There's no doubt about that. But what I would say is that although there have been severances that have been sort of ongoing steadily throughout the years, and that number varies from year to year, there may be 1 or 2 per year in the broader neighborhood, that from what, you know, I think we can see just by living in the area and understanding the way that the area has matured and evolved, is that severance activity has occurred, but it has not led to any destabilization of the neighborhood. It's the type of change that is anticipated within the official plan. I would also say that in terms of this particular street and this unusual situation of a through lot with dual street frontages, this is a bit of a unique block in the neighborhood where this type of evolution, clearly it hasn't happened on every single property, because there are examples of properties that have reversed the orientation, which I would respectfully submit is not as ideal of an outcome, because I think I used the expression the last time around that you're borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. While improving one street frontage on the crescent, you're detracting from the opposite street frontage on the avenue by constructing rear garages or rear detached parking. So while it is something that has certainly occurred within this pocket and particularly concentrated on this street or these 2 streets, this is where there really is the opportunity to infill those gaps and improve both of those street frontages. So it's sort of a natural expectation that is what will happen as these lots reach their maturity in terms of the existing built form, and those lots continue to develop and evolve. With respect to the forestry, I can acknowledge that forestry memo, certainly. What I would say is that the official plan asks that mature trees be preserved where it is possible to do so. It is not always possible to do so while still allowing the type of development to occur, which is a very desirable objective as well. In this case, my clients are intending on planting 20 trees on this site. There are a number of trees that have already been planted or are ordered and ready to be planted on the site. So although it is certainly a consequence of that development that there is the requirement to remove that mature tree, there will be an overall increase in the canopy. And this is a circumstance where the official plan objectives of preserving trees where it is possible have been met, and where it is not possible, that new trees will be planted in their place.
Just a supplementary on that, the trees, the 20 trees that your clients are proposing to plant, are they on the list of acceptable trees from the City of Toronto?
Again, through you, Madam Chair, not all of them, no, because my understanding is that some of those will be landscaping trees such as cedars, but there will be certain trees that are on that list. I can't answer the question of how many. And in terms of, and sorry, I should have added on to that. I understood your question to refer to acceptable tree species for planting on city trees, which, you know, doesn't necessarily indicate that the trees that they will be planting are not desirable, but they're more of landscaping trees.
Yeah, I think the list that the city has are designed to enhance and improve the canopy, where we're removing trees that are part of that canopy.
Yes, I certainly understand that, and I'm getting text messages from my client to answer the question. I am being advised that 12 of the trees qualify. 12 of the trees meet that criteria.
Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Could we refer to drawing TPP1, which is the tree protection plan? I just want to clarify the tree in question. Is it the one that is on part 3? It's shown as number 1. Is that the one we're talking about?
Yes.
So it's right in the corner of one of the proposed houses, and it's shown as number 1, and it's got an X on it.
That's correct, and I should have added in addition to that as I'm sure the committee is aware, when we have a through lot in this circumstance, the zoning bylaw actually allows to select the street frontage. So it would be possible without the severance for this lot to redevelop and a new house to be built facing the crescent instead of the avenue, because there is an adjacent house fronting on that street already. So it is something that the zoning bylaw would allow to occur as of right. And of course, because that tree is well within what would be the permitted building footprint, it is a tree that could be removed in an as of right scenario. Now, again, I understand that is a consequence of this severance proposal particularly, but I think it is also important to understand that the tree bylaw would allow for that tree to be removed if it were developed in that alternative fashion.
Alternatively, you've got identical dwellings on part 2 and part 3. The other alternative could be, I assume that the proposed dwelling on part 2 would survive, but the dwelling on part 3 would need a custom approach to avoid the tree. That's another option, is it not?
I don't want to say that something like that would be impossible, but I will note that clearly there is a substantial tree protection zone, and considering that part of the house already on part 2 would encroach into that tree protection zone, not being an arborist myself, but having experience working with arborists, I would expect that allowing for preservation of that tree while accommodating a house on part 3 would significantly reduce the footprint. And considering those houses at this point in time on parts 2 and 3 are just over 11 meters in length, so doing the conversion, I think that's just over 36 feet. They're already quite shallow houses. So while I'm not going to say that something is impossible, it is, I think in my view, it's reasonable to say that a reasonable house that is livable just could not be built on part 3. If the tree were to be preserved.
Any other questions, panel members? No? Okay. Ms. Stewart, we're ready to go into committee. Anything that you want to add that's not in the submissions? Any brief comments?
I think I'll just reiterate the submission that this is a planning framework and a planning time where having houses that face and address both streets is a desirable planning objective, and it truly does present an opportunity to fill in the gaps. So I can appreciate that there have been concerns that have been raised, but given the fact that we've worked with planning staff and planning staff have recommended conditions of approval, in my respectful submission, this is an appropriate opportunity for very modest infill applications. And if I didn't say it already, the conditions that have been requested by planning staff are acceptable to my client.
Thank you. All right, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Nipfel.
Madam Chairman, I'd just like to make a comment before we go any further. I think the problem here is that what we've got are two standard houses. These floor plans we've seen repeatedly on other agendas and in this agenda. And they were designed elsewhere. They don't respect the particular constraints of this site. And whereas in many cases, maybe they'd be fine. In this case, they do in fact require the removal of a tree. I don't accept the lawyer's position that you can't design a good house on part 3 and still retain the tree. I think you probably can. I think the difference is that it would require a custom design house, something that actually responds to the unique constraints of this site. So I don't want to leave the impression with anyone that it's the obligation of the city to accommodate standard floor plans on every piece of property. I think this is a case where a different approach was needed with the houses, so as to accommodate an existing tree. And I'm a bit disappointed that that hasn't taken place. I do agree with the client, the lawyer, that the through site and the ability to have frontages in both directions is a really desirable thing. But I have to say, as a designer, there are alternatives, and they respond to or they require a unique contribution to a unique site.
Okay, any other comments? Mr. Clay.
Yeah, I'm on the fence on this one. I'm by no means an expert on house design. I'm kind of looking at the site plan, and I guess way I would leave it in my mind that if there is a scenario, I mean, I think, more generically, yes, this unique piece of land and property, while I know it annoys the surrounding neighborhoods, it is not surprising given the configuration, the underuse of that land right now, that there is and are and probably will be applications for increasing the density on them. I don't dispute that at all, and frankly, that's the evolution of neighborhoods. I just don't know enough to know whether a revised proposal could be brought forward that would basically save that tree. I guess the way I would leave it is, if there is that prospect, I think we should try and go down that path. I just don't know. So I'm wondering, even though we've discussed this for a while, rather than outright refusal, would it be appropriate maybe to defer this application with the hope that the applicant could come back with a design that along the lines that Carl's referring to could in fact be reconfigured in a way that would save that tree and still get the outcome that the applicant is trying to achieve.
Mr. Cheng.
Yes, I agree with both my colleagues, but at the same time, if I'm looking at just the outcome, we would have more housing inventories, and we will have at least 10 more trees that will meet the city requirement by removing one. So I think if we're looking just at the outcome, not the process, it sounds like a pretty good application.
Might be able to get both, right? It might be able to get both. Might be able to come back with that application and have the required additional trees. Yeah,
I,
why not?
I think that's also a good point.
Okay.
Jared, what do you think?
Somebody, Joanne, do you have any other comments? If not, somebody can move a motion.
I would just say, I agree with what my colleagues have said. The tree in question is a substantive tree, and I think that I'm prepared to give an opportunity for them to try to consider that matter through a deferral, although we have heard a lot of this, but I'm not convinced that there's been enough attention to whether or not there can be an alternative.
So with that, Chair, maybe I'll start this and see how this goes. I will move deferral of this application, and the reason for the deferral is for the applicant to return to determine whether there are alternative configurations for the construction of the homes on the 3 proposed severed lots in a manner that would try and preserve the existing tree and at the same time add additional trees to the lots.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Yeah, I think Mr. Nipfel had his hand up first.
Go ahead. I think Aaron's fine. He had his hand up. It's okay.
Yeah, Aaron, okay, Aaron it is. Okay, so motion to defer, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? Okay, so the motion to defer is for the applicant to explore options with respect to the second house to save the tree and to come back the first available date if they have something.
With additional trees.
With additional trees, well, they were already planting 20, right? Plus 12 that were on the list, so.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you don't want them to go away, so it's to explore preserving the existing tree and increasing tree cover, because you don't want the ones that were proposed today to go away.
All right, we'll use your
trees
word.
that
I
meet
think
city
Sabrina's
standards.
got your wording anyway.
Okay, thank you.
All right, item number 41. Okay. 693 Ossington Avenue. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the April 13th public hearing and the materials submitted for consideration, copy of the plan of revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, as well as a survey, 2 covering letters from Green Street Flats, shadow and sun study from Green Street Flats, as well as presentation materials. We have email correspondence from Development Planning, Transportation Services, and they're okay as long as 0.22 meters at the rear for laneway widening is conveyed. And we have a staff report from Forestry asking for condition number 3. We have correspondence in support from 4 residents with no addresses given, and 10 form letters in support from residents on Ossington Avenue. We have opposition from 1 resident without an address provided and another one at 524 Roxton Road. I am not showing any, no, I am showing, well, hang on a second, I show 1 speaker. Do you have that person? Okay. Okay, that's why I was getting confused. So Amber, you're back.
It's me again. Yes.
I know,
Thank you.
it's been such a long day. I'm kind of looking at my list. I'm like, no, I thought we just did that one. But then I looked at the one above it and it's got your name. All right.
I'm not here too often back to back, so it's a big night for me.
Okay. All right. So panel members, do you need a presentation on this one? Or can we go to questions, Mr. Niffel?
Madam Chairman, I just have a question of Amber, and maybe I've misread the plans correctly, but I'm confused as to whether the property is only 693 or is it 693 and 695 together. Is this limited only to 693?
No, it is both properties together. 693 and 695 would be assembled to create one new lot. Well, to create one whole lot for the construction of the new building.
So for future reference, maybe we should change the title, because I kept thinking it was only 693, but then I as I went through materials, I thought there's no way it can't possibly be. So it's the two together then. And they've already been amalgamated, or this application is the process for doing that?
This application is the process for doing that, sir. Yes, they have not
Okay.
yet been assembled together.
Thanks.
Were you able to have consultation after the deferral?
Oh yes, we actually had, so my client has consulted quite extensively with staff, but we also had a community meeting at which I was also present in the summer of this year. And I thought that was very, very productive meeting. My client did send out a formal response brief to the residents after that meeting was held, and I am aware that there have been some concerns, but there are also several residents who participated that did not express further concern after that meeting.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, Amber, I'm not seeing any more questions. Is there anything you want to add before we go into committee?
I would. It's a very important application for my client, and from a planning policy perspective, I think what cannot go unsaid is that although this is a relatively innovative proposal insofar as it is a proposal for what is technically an apartment building, although low rise, 4 stories within a neighborhoods designation, this again really is a prime opportunity to provide for that missing middle housing, which I'm sure the committee is aware has been the subject of extensive planning study. This site is located on a major street, as that's identified in the official plan. And so the reason that's important is because there is a separate layer of policies that is applicable to major streets that are located within a neighborhoods designation. And those policies effectively provide that major streets are to be distinguished from streets on the interior of the neighborhood because of their potential to provide for more intense development, something that is different from what exists in the interior. They also provide that, again, I'm paraphrasing, but it's essentially a policy framework that says what happens on the edge stays on the edge. So in other words, development that is different on major streets cannot be used as a precedent to justify that type of intensification bleeding into the interior of the neighborhood. I also have to add that these are rental houses. This is a 20-unit rental development, which is something that the city is desperately in need of. And, you know, I guess 2 things that I will point out. One, which is I referenced that missing middle housing study already. And one thing that jumped out at me from that study was an acknowledgement by planning staff that the emphasis that is placed on form within the official plan often prevents the objectives of intensification, additional housing, rental housing from being achieved. But in the R zone, where buildings of this type and unit count that is proposed here are already permitted within the zoning and only built form variances are needed, this is one of those areas in the city where this type of development is also anticipated in the zoning and already contemplated in the official plan. So it's an opportunity that should not be lost. And then the last thing that I will say is that the laneway suites as well are also a desirable and recent planning initiative, which will provide, you know, additional life and additional built form that is desirable and appropriate in the laneway. So we're really achieving a number of planning objectives with this application. Lastly, I will say that my client has worked extensively with planning staff on the form and the design. There, as you already know, there's no opposition from transportation services. So we feel that this really is a very well flushed out application that has been thoughtfully designed and is an opportunity to provide for this missing middle housing. And then finally, I will just point out that there is a related site plan application that is well in process. So all of these details have been concurrently scrutinized through that site plan process. So I know I've just given a bit of an overview, but if there are any further questions, I'm happy to discuss them in detail.
Okay, I don't believe there are any other questions, so let's take it into committee. Panel members? Mr. Clay?
I think Amber had me at missing middle. I agree with everything that she said. She hit all the high-level planning points that I was thinking of also making, so I won't reiterate them. This is, however, an excellent opportunity to increase gentle density into an existing neighborhood in what I think is a fairly innovative way. It is a double lot. I think looking at the plans, it looks like it can accommodate the dwelling quite comfortably. There is a double laneway suite as well, which I think is quite innovative. The location speaks very highly to the areas where we need to introduce more rental accommodation. It is close to public transit. It is close also to walkable to retail and commercial areas. So it has all the hallmarks of a site that can quite capably accommodate this kind of density, and I think it's quite supportable.
Okay, was that a motion?
I'm happy to move. I just want to make sure my colleagues, if they agree, might disagree. I don't know.
No, I don't see anybody. Mr. Niffel, did you want a condition or something?
No, I don't disagree. I think it's an interesting proposal as well. I have one concern and I don't have a solution. There are a lot of balconies on the back, and they overlook the properties to the north and the south and the east. And I don't think that putting up 1.5 meter screening on those balconies is the solution, because the balconies then become really inhabitable. I don't have a solution for that. It's the one aspect of this application that's giving me some trouble, and I'm wondering if we could go back to Amber and ask if there's any solution that they have discussed that they might consider as reasonable, because I think just having the balconies there is going to create problems. But I also don't want to surround them with walls and barriers and so forth, because they're not big enough for that.
Okay, we're out of committee. Amber, do you have an answer for this? A short answer?
I'll take the hint. So one answer that I would say is that as part of the site plan application, this particular detail can be refined. I will also point out that the balconies, the view from the lower level balconies is going to be obstructed by the laneway suite, so they won't have direct overlook. The view from the...
That's just to the east, though. That's just to the east. And then there's north and south as well.
Yep, that's a fair point. One thing that we had raised in the brief was requiring frosted glass on those balconies, and that was something that we included in the response brief to the residents. That, I mean, clearly a person standing would be able to see over that, but to the extent that a person is sitting for any length of time on a balcony, frosted glass would prevent that overlook. So that is what we proposed in the brief, and I'm not sure that I've heard any opposition to that, but certainly it's something that could be fleshed out in more detail through the site plan process as well.
Maybe one of the alternatives is to include some landscaping in that area as well, because the other thing is if those balconies become, as they often do, storage for bicycles and outdoor space that people just don't have any room for, they become clutters and eyesores and so forth. So as I say, I don't have a solution, therefore I'm not going to add a condition, but I do have a concern with those balconies.
Okay, and just to the point about bicycle storage, we do have that accounted for in the basement of the building already. So bicycle storage is something that's been accounted for. Yes, I appreciate your comment, sir. And what I will say is that it's something that I'll certainly ask my client to consider in more detailed discussions with planning staff through the site plan process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're back into committee. So if there are no other comments, Mr. Clay, you want to go ahead with your motion?
Sure. For the reasons we've all talked about, I think this is a supportable application. I move approval subject to forestry condition number 3, transportation conditions. Are there any engineering conditions for the laneway suite?
No, I didn't see any. and staff's also saying no.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
Then-
so that motion is moved to approve with the conditions outlined by Mr. Clay, and Ms. Hayes, are you seconding?
Sorry,
Yeah,
through you,
hold
Madam
on.
Chair, just for clarification, Transportation Services is requesting a 0.2 meter wide public laneway widening, and that'll happen as part of the site plan control application.
So do we need that as a condition?
It's
or
already
no?
shown on the plans, so you may just want to consider the urban forestry
Okay.
condition.
Oh, okay.
All right, so just the forestry number 3, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Madam Chairman, is it possible to add in the minutes that privacy from the east-facing balconies is to be considered at the site plan stage? Just as a heads up, I have every confidence that it'll be dealt with, but I wouldn't want to get it lost.
Yep, Sabrina will put it in the notes.
Thanks.
Okey doke. Item number 42, 115 Malvern Avenue. We had before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, previous decision affecting the property, consultation summary letter prepared by Mr. Kadra. We have email correspondence with planning comments and transportation conditions in the June 1st report. And I only show the agent on this one. Okay, you there, Mr. Kadra? And we have 4 variances. before
Kyle,
us.
you've been unmuted.
Mr. Kadra, are you there? What does that mean? That he's saying hello? He's waving?
Kyle, your microphone may be muted on your end. You're shown as unmuted within WebEx, so I'd double check any local microphones you have.
Madam Chairman, while we're waiting for him to connect,
Uh-huh.
I'm wondering if we can determine if the transportation condition still applies.
I guess to you, Sabrina, it's the June 1st report. So it would have been from the last meeting for when it was deferred. I put it in my notes, but I will.
But it doesn't seem to fit with what's before us right now, and it wasn't listed as in the deferred material. So I don't know whether it's still existing or whether we're still to consider it. They're talking about restoring the driveway because there's no parking, but in fact, the proposal is to provide a parking pad.
Through you, Madam Chair, I agree. However, we can just double check with the applicant.
Okay.
If we can get the applicant on the line. Okay, if not, then let's hold it down. Can I? You think?
Name and telephone number, and we will.
No.
Alrighty, so we are holding this item and we're moving on to item number 43. Are you serious? So you don't have the agent for 43 either? Okay, moving to 44 then. So we're holding 43 and 42 right now. Okay, so we're going to item 44, which is 341 Quebec Avenue. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the September 21st hearing, as well as materials that were submitted at that time, copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have forestry, a staff report from forestry. Are they asking, yeah, forestry number 2, they're asking for that condition, and then We have 4 form letters in support from residents at 348, 349, 356 Quebec Avenue, as well as a resident at 339. Correspondence in opposition from 248 and 260 High Park Avenue. Do you have the speaker, do you have both speakers for this one? Okay, do you have the agent then on the line?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, good. Okay.
All right, if you can identify yourself for the record,
Sure.
please.
Sure. I'm Julia Burke. I'm the agent for the owners.
Before I ask you to do a presentation, I'm just going to go to the speaker because I'm unclear if they are speaking in opposition or not. I'm not sure we need a presentation. Do you
Okay.
have the speaker on the line?
Chris, you've been unmuted.
Hello, yes, Chris Giamo is here.
Hi, Chris. Is your intention to speak in opposition to this, or you just have some questions?
I did reply to the committee with, I think, a 2-page report that I think is self-explanatory. I represent the developer at 248 and 260 High Park, which is on the east side of the subject property.
Okay, so you want to speak to this item then also, because
yeah, I'm not sure whether the committee is aware that we're under construction at the present time. It's the Alhambra Church at 260 High Park, which is the corner of Annette and High Park Avenue.
Okay.
And this application, their backyard rolls right into is adjacent rather to our planned amenity area. I'm not sure whether it's shown on the application.
So I guess, do you need a full presentation, or are there specific issues that you would like the agent to address?
Well, not necessarily. I guess what I don't quite understand, I didn't have any pre-consultation about the application, but that's an end to it all. But there will be 70 units and 70 homeowners, perhaps up to as many as 150 residents. My concern here is that it's twofold. As a potential resident, I have some concerns. I've made them known within the letter that I presented. But more importantly is the comments that I would like to get from the eventual residents, which are going to be substantial. This application is, as I mentioned, is going to impinge upon the amenity area that we have planned for this development.
Mm-hmm.
So upwards of about 150 people, or 70 families anyway, should have an opportunity to express their concerns.
Okay. So you basically, so you're expecting residents in your building to express concerns. Is that what you're saying? But it's still under construction? Am I following you?
Yes, I would expect that they will have some real concerns.
Right, but the application is before us today.
Right.
So, I mean, there are things that are built continuously, like from one day to the next, that, people aren't necessarily, living there at that time to comment on. So we can't sort of defer the application to wait for people to move into a building, if that's what you're asking.
Not necessarily. I could, if I had some more information, I could circulate that to our purchasers,
Mm-hmm.
and that they could, and they could get their response.
Okay. Well, let me go to the.
I mean,
yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. My objections, collectively, these are not all. They may seem as minor variances, but collectively, they amount to more than a minor variance in my estimation.
No, I understood. I understand you have some concerns, but it sounds like your building is still under construction, and I don't know when these people are moving in, and if there are people there now, but clearly we can't hold up this application. you know, for that.
Right, but there is methods in terms of getting in touch with those potential purchasers at this point in time. We expect occupancy in 2023.
Yeah, perhaps Sabrina, can you weigh in on this? Because what's being asked here is basically purchasers that aren't coming in till next year to be able to comment. I mean, I don't really know how else to address this.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. The application is before us for today, so the purchasers at the time that they purchase will be aware of whatever happens with this application.
Okay.
Yeah, because ultimately what you're asking is that we hold off another year before the committee reviews this application.
Or in the very least, address the concerns that I've made known in the letter that I presented to the committee.
Okay, I can have the agent speak to that today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right.
I'll unmute myself.
Okay.
Chair, just as a point of clarification, you've mentioned a couple of letters of opposition, including, I think, this guy's. I'm struggling to find it in my material. It wasn't in the SUP, and I can't seem to find. Maybe someone can find it and point it out to me, but I must have missed it.
I know it's in my notes, so I saw it. I'm just looking to see.
Just to clarify, there was this letter is from this one owner of the condominium, and it's in the file under letter of objection. It should be maybe on the second page of the additional documents, supporting documents.
I don't have it either.
I'm struggling to find it. I'm
actually,
sorry.
I don't have it either.
Yeah, neither. I'm looking here. I have it noted because I had it as in my list, but I agree with my colleagues. I don't have the actual letter here. But to Julia, you have read the letters.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Could you perhaps, while staff tries to find it on the AIC,
Sure.
because could you speak to the concerns raised in the letter,
Sure.
other than the issue of holding up the application till
Sure.
2023? Okay, thanks.
Certainly. I want to bring to your attention how unique this piece of property is, 341 Quebec. It sits very close to Annette Avenue, and it backs onto the houses on High Park Avenue. It's a busy part of town, and many of the all around are, well, one thing for sure, there is a very large condominium going in right behind my client's lot. Whether they, their decision to put an amenity space somewhere on this piece of property is not anything to do with our application. This lot is very, very deep. The introduction of an ancillary building, garage, workshop, what have you, at the back of the property is an attempt to mediate the overlook from this rather large condominium that's going in. I think it's absurd that the objection from this condominium developer is that his 120 residents are going to sit behind my client's property and somehow they are owed a view of my client's property. It's absurd. This is what happens in a big city. So my client is asking to put in a garage. It's over height, but it has sloped roof and dormers to allow to prevent the size of this building to be a problem for the people, for the condominium behind. As noted, it is 60 feet from the house and 60 feet from the neighbors' houses on either side. That's a big distance. It seems like it's rather a good idea to have this small building at the back. in order to give some separation between my client's yard and the yard and building of this rather large condominium that's going in. So that's what I would suggest.
Okay, Mr. Nipfel, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm confused right now. The person that's representing the potential condominium owners, can he just tell us what his concerns are so we
Actually,
maybe
can you see the screen? The letter's on the screen right now, and basically from what I see, they feel that the variances are going to negatively impact the outdoor amenity area for the large condo that's being constructed.
Well, but I don't see how that is going to, I mean, as the applicant said, that's a bit odd.
I mean, that's kind of what the letter is implying.
So that's it, that's the 5 points. Is that all, those are his concerns, right?
I think so. Can you just scroll down a little bit more? I believe so, yeah. Yeah, that's, you can see his name at the bottom of the letter. So those are the concerns.
But he doesn't say why. He says, for instance, the rear yard setback should be maintained. The height of the ancillary building shouldn't exceed 4 meters. Basically, he's saying don't approve the variances, but why? There's no why behind any of this.
Go up a little bit, Stanley. Okay, read the first paragraph, Carl.
On behalf of the okay, and can this gentleman make a presentation on behalf of potential purchasers in the future? That's odd.
To be honest, I've never had anybody ask for this on behalf of potential owners. Did you want to ask him a question at all? I can bring.
No, I don't see the validity in the comments. But I didn't know what these comments were. Now that I read them, I don't understand them. So no, I don't have any questions though.
Are we in committee, Chair, or are
No,
we still?
We're not in committee. We're. Do you have any questions of the agent at all, or of the other gentleman for that matter, Ms. Hayes?
Wrong mouse. It's been a long day. I have questions of the agent. I'd like to, it is a very large lot. So I'm not sure why you can't abide by the rear yard setback requirement. And also I'd like to have some information with respect to variance 3 and 4, and only 1 story is allowed. You're asking for 2, and the height, and whether or not that is something that is characteristic of the neighborhood, and with some examples, please.
The position on the lot is to our advantage to give a bit more room to the back to their yard. They have 2 young boys, they have swing sets, they have all sorts of things. They thought this way, and we thought it was a reasonable distance from the rear property line, as there is a large condo right behind us. The examples in the neighborhood, why are we doing 2 stories? 2 stories for storage for these kids play a lot of sports. They have hockey equipment, they have ski equipment, they have paddles and canoes, and you name it. There's a lot of sports gear that's going to go into that loft space. They'll maintain 1 garage for a car, and these become outdoor amenity spaces that so families gather in off seasons. A heater, outdoor. As COVID has taught us, it's really great to have a covered area to sit with friends and family. In the neighborhood, the idea of a coach house is certainly common. Coach houses in this neighborhood tend to be around 20 feet high. They often have sloped roofs. This application predates the garden suites bylaws, and that would have allowed this type of development. So we feel we are keeping within the spirit of the neighborhood and maintaining it. We feel we're being good neighbors.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Nipfel and then Mr. Chang.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Could somebody explain variance number 5 to me? Because, oh, that's different than what I have on my screen.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, when the application or the notice first went out, the variance read the ancillary building will have a floor area of 9.47 square meters. Obviously, that was incorrect. A revised notice was sent out to read 111.51, and that's what's up on the screen right now. I do apologize this wasn't added as part of the agenda, and I just kind of caught it now that we were reading through all of this, so.
Thanks very much.
So that was actually mailed out, so we don't need to...
This is the notice that's up on the screen is what was mailed out, so there was proper notification.
So we don't need to do amended?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Okay, Mr. Chang.
Oh, that was one of my questions. I was wondering if it is exceeding 9.47 or anyway. So my second question is to the applicant. Would you mention, I mean, do you have any suggestion about the cladding of that building you're building at the back facing the new development?
I believe we're going to be using hardy board.
Okay.
Siding.
All right. I think that's, I'm just assuming this is the information that the opposition or the concerned neighbor might have a question about. And I guess there's no green roof, it's just a typical roof.
Yeah, because it has a slope on it, yeah. It's just I suspect they'll be putting in some hedge at the back. So the the people in the condo will be probably looking at a cedar hedge, columnar oak, columnar poplar hedge on that wall.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Nipfel?
I'm sorry, on the site plan, is the condominium abuts your east property line? Is that correct? Because on the location map, the church is up in the corner and there's a house, which I presume is the manse or the house associated with the church. But will the condominium open space abut the east property line of your property?
As far as I know, it looks like there's a little tiny square there on the condo plan that I saw. It's a square of undefined open land, a slice. But the condo
so
itself
it's not a big area. It's not the majority of open space. I'm just trying to figure out what on the condominium lands actually is adjacent to your property.
Yeah, it's a little slice from what I see.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? All right. Okay, seeing none, let's take it into committee for a decision then. Ms. Hayes.
I don't have a concern with respect to the setback of the ancillary building from the rear yard. I do have a concern with respect to the size of the structure. 111 square meters when 40 is permitted. It's allowing for a garage and a very large workshop storage area, and as well as a second story. So I have some concerns with respect to the size of the structure. Those are my initial comments.
Anybody else? Mr. Chang.
I am quite familiar with that neighborhood because I'm not in that exact diameter, but I live nearby in Hyde Park, and I noticed that along Hyde Park Avenue and Quebec Avenue, those lots are pretty large. They were, I think it was designed many years ago. They're supposed to be churches along Annette with all this boulevard linking back to Hyde Park. And all these houses are quite large, and they usually have a coach house at the back for storages, for, they're like big mansions. But as the city grows, small houses building around them, so they look a little bit odd. So to me, in that particular context of the site, I think what is being proposed is not that large, just because they're along that strip from Annette down to Hyde Park. So just for your information, I mean, personally, I don't think that is too big if you just look at it from that angle.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, if not, I need a motion. Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Similar to Aaron, I saw this more as a coach house. And as he indicated, there are coach houses in this area, and I think they were a really interesting building for him, and they achieved really desirable results. So I don't have any difficulty with the size or the height of the building. I don't see the concern of the developer relative to the condominium, in large part because I don't know what's going to be next door to it, and I don't see that this rather small ancillary building is going to produce that kind of a problem. As a result, I don't have any difficulty with the application. I'd like to move approval of it, subject to forestry condition number 2, and also I'd like to see the second floor deck screened on the north and the south edges. Other than that, I think it's quite a reasonable application and quite consistent with the community.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Mr. Cheng, so the motion's moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Cheng, with forestry number 2 and a condition for screening on the second floor deck on north and south sides. All in favor? Okay. And Ms. Hayes and Mr. Clay, you're dissenting? You're opposed? Okay. Okay, so that motion carries. Just give me 1 second here. All right. Please tell me you have.
Through you, Madam
persons
Chair,
for
we can probably go to item 43. 42 first and then 43.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm very sorry about that.
All right, can you just identify yourself for the record?
I'm Kyle Kadra from KBK Architects, the applicant and architect.
Okay, let me just read this stuff again. So we're back to item 42, 115 Malvern Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, previous decisions affecting the property. We have a neighborhood consultation letter prepared by Mr. Kadra. We have email correspondence from the assistant planner with comments, and we have the conditions, the transportation conditions no longer applies. Can I just confirm that with you, Mr. Kadra? Are you there?
Madam
Yeah,
Chair.
so
yeah, I'm here. I hope you can hear me. Yeah.
So there were transportation conditions that was in the June 1st report for the deferral. Do they
Yes,
still
ma'am.
apply?
No, Madam Chair, they wouldn't apply in this case. And I also sent an email to them yesterday, and they confirmed that they left an option for that not to be applied in case the committee approves the application with the parking pad.
Okay, well, they didn't let us know, so I'm just confirming with you. All right, panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Kadra? No? All right, Mr. Kadra, we're ready to go into committee to make a decision on this. Is there anything you
Can I
want to
say
add?
something, Madam Chair?
Yeah, is there anything
Yes,
you want to
Madam
add?
Chair. I just want to make sure that the decision includes because there was a decision issued by the committee in 2021 to approve an accessory dwelling in a duplex I just want to make sure it's included in the decision if you decide to approve it today, because it's not shown on the zoning notice because it has already been approved by committee. So
You're confusing me here now. I'm not sure what you're asking. Like we have 4 variances before us, right?
yes, Madam
So
Chair.
I don't understand
inclu-
how that applies to a decision in 2021.
Okay, if you'd allow me to explain for a minute. So, Madam Chair, in 2021, we attended a Committee of Adjustment hearing to approve a secondary accessory dwelling in this duplex building. And when we applied for the building permit, they recognized that a variance for the parking was missing. So we had to apply again. And then we came again in June, and Transportation Services identified that the variance was also not identified correctly. So we deferred it and we come here again. And I am not sure whether the decision, if you decide to approve it today, would require you to include the allowance of an accessory dwelling unit in a duplex. I'm not sure. Maybe you'd know better than I do.
I'm going to defer to staff on this one because I don't know the answer.
Through you, Madam Chair, what's listed on the screen here now, and if I can just ask Stanley to go to the agenda. This is what is before the Committee of Adjustment, to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached duplex dwelling by constructing a secondary suite within the basement, also to convert the garage into storage and to install a front yard parking pad. Associated with this proposal is 4 variances. So this is what is before committee today.
Correct. Yeah, this is acceptable if you're okay with that. I just don't want to go to the building department and they say the variance for the accessory dwelling was not listed. You know better than me. I'll leave it with your good hands. Thank you very much.
That previous decision still stands.
Okay, good.
So you shouldn't have an issue.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, is there anything else you want to add before we go into committee?
No, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
All right,
Thanks for your patience.
Okay. Panel members, let's go into committee. Mr. Clay.
Sure, Chair, I'll take this one. It's a very straightforward application with respect to a secondary suite, closing off the garage and allowing parking to occur on the existing paved driveway. So I think it's fairly straightforward and quite acceptable. I'm prepared to move approval with no conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? That carries.
Thank you so much.
All right, good evening. Item number 43, 225 Queensdale Avenue. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the August 17th hearing, copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a copy of the plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of trees, 5 photographs of site renderings, a covering letter from Denegri Besai Studio, a covering letter from the agent. We have 2 form letters in support. One is from the adjacent neighbor at 227, the other from 214 Queensdale, and we have correspondence expressing interest from 218 Springdale. And we have 1 variance before us. Do you have the agent? Excellent.
Yes, I'm here. Maria, you've been unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Hi there, my name's Maria Denegri, Denegri Besai Studio, 1088 Bathurst Street. I'm the agent for the file.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation on this one. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Nipfel.
A very, very quick question. There was a request from a neighbor at 218 Springdale Boulevard, and it's a reasonable one. She doesn't want lighting on the second floor, such as soffit lighting or accent lighting. I'm nervous to put a condition that says that on your application. I'm wondering if you have a suggestion. Clearly, you know what she's talking about. She doesn't want to have glare into her property, but I'd be nervous about saying no soffit lighting because that would probably make the area underneath the extension not very usable in the evening. Do you have any suggestions about how that could be handled?
Yeah, I mean, the extension is quite a distance from the property in question, right? Now, the extension is also an existing, it's a second floor extension. The soffit would be on, basically 1 story above grade. I don't think that any glare would project into the property. For the time being, what we can do is we can set the soffit lighting a fair bit back. We can also implement garden lighting. I mean, it's a little early in the design process, and we haven't quite discussed lighting with our client. But if the concern is glare in adjacent properties, we will definitely address.
So would it be reasonable to say that lighting is to be directed away from 218 Springdale Boulevard? Would that work for you? I'm worried about putting wording in that is going to tie your hands later on.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and I appreciate your concern. And I think that if I would ask that the wording be perhaps a little more generic, like it just that any lighting introduced in the property be be mindful of glare on the adjacent lots, or if we need to specifically identify 218, then so be it.
I'm just going to ask staff, do you have a suggestion on a very neutral wording?
Through you, Madam Chair, how is this going to be
enforceable?
Right.
Can we put it in the notes that the applicant undertake that?
We can just say for the record.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
But
is that okay, Carl?
This is difficult to,
Yeah, so, I think that's fine. My concern is if we end up putting something, which is well intentioned, the lady said no soffit lighting, but down the road that could mean that you can't light anything, and that's unreasonable. So yeah, that's good. Just putting it in the notes.
Okay.
There are the other thing to note is that there actually are some significant trees at the back of the property too, that separate my client's property from this one in question. So, I mean, for the large part of the year where we would be out enjoying our outdoors, you're going to be in full canopy.
Okay. Any other questions, panel members? All right, we have no further questions. We're ready to make a decision on this. Anything you want to add that's not in the submissions before we go into committee? Maria?
No, I'm good.
Okay, great. All right, panel members, let's take it into committee. Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is a defensible application, and I think it's really minor. The variances are minor, and I don't really see a problem. The adjacent owner is just looking down the road and being nervous about projecting lighting, and I understand that. So I'd like to move approval without condition and suggest, as Sabrina had, that in the notes we indicate that the applicant has undertaken to direct lighting away from adjacent properties to the extent possible, or something like that.
All right. Do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes. So that motion to approve is moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Panel members, we have one item left, and there's how many speakers? 4. Do you want 5 minutes before we? Yeah. Okay. Let's take 5 minutes. Let's come back in 8 minutes at 7:15. Is that okay? And then we'll do the last one. I just need to stand, man. I'm turning into a. Huh? Yeah. My arthritis, like when I sit and then I stand up with the rusted tin man, I can't move.
Do you notice Joanne has a tattoo?
Okay. How many speakers do you have?
All of them.
Oh, no.
I know the
You
one.
told me.
I know, I tried.
But you did tell me they were in the show, huh?
I don't know, but I know it's gonna be a rough one. No, because it's still 8 people. That's a lot of people. Oh, I bet you all of these 5 will.
It's okay.
How you holding up, Carl?
Pretty good.
No, that's
I keep
very
going and
impressive.
getting food to keep me awake.
Well, it's very impressive after a week of suffrage.
Yeah. It's been an interesting meeting.
Is Diego sleeping?
Are you going to go for a midnight swim?
I think I'd be needing some sort of extra protection gear. It's pretty chilly in the water this time of year.
Okay.
Uh-oh, the boss is back.
Yep, ready to go. We have 6 speakers, panel members. Okay, item number 45, 131 Farnham Avenue. We have before us the materials submitted for consideration at the September 21st public hearing. Copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Covering letter from Catherine McMahon, as well as renderings by Catherine McMahon. Arborist report prepared by Urban Forest Associates. Revised presentation material that came in our supplemental agenda. We have, let me see here, forestry asking for condition number 2. We have a lot of support. Many of the people did not provide addresses. We have support from people living on Acorn, Gormley, St. Clair Avenue West, Young Street, Farnham Avenue, Pinewood, Cottingham, Dale, McPherson, Mathersfield, and McNerney. And as I said, the bulk of the people did not provide us with addresses. We have correspondence expressing concern from 119 Farnham Avenue. We have correspondence in opposition from 423 Avenue Road. Several residents in that building. Actually, everybody is from that building. Then we have 2 people that did not provide addresses, and 1 from 1 Clarendon Avenue. And, okay, I'm listing 6 speakers. And do I have the agent on the line? Please tell me you have the agent on the line. She's here. Okay.
Phil, you've been unmuted.
You hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes. Are you speaking or is the
Oh.
agent speaking?
Thank you. Well, Madam Chair, my name is Phil Gillies. I'm a consultant for De La Salle College, but we also have the architect, Kathy McMahon. So we can present or not as you and the panel direct.
Well, it doesn't matter to me who presents. You have 5 minutes in total. We we're able to get you on the line, so it's up to you to decide who wants to present or a combination thereof, but it's 5 minutes in total.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll just take less than a minute then and hand over to the architect, Kathy. So my name is Phil Gillies. I'm a public affairs consultant working with De La Salle College, the property owner. De La Salle has applied for a minor variance regarding a setback change required to proceed with the repurposing of the existing building known as the hockey arena into a new health and wellness center for the use of the college's 680 students. Our sole purpose in doing this is to enhance our students' educational experience. We've been advised by Councillor Matlow's office that city staff have no concerns with our proposal. So I'll now hand over to our architect, Kathy McMahon.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, stop the clock. Okay.
Oh, thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
I can. If you can just identify yourself for the record, and then you've got about 4 minutes, 15 seconds left.
Thanks very much. My name is Catherine McMahon from Moriyama and Toshima Architects, the agent for De La Salle College and the project at 131 Farnham Avenue. We are talking about the building. If we can look at the first 3 or 4 slides. Quickly, the college was founded in 1851. There are 680 students on campus, 20% of which attend on bursary programs. The campus character consists of buildings built from 1859 all the way to 2004, all of which are about 3 stories and below. There are heritage elements on the campus. 2 buildings have heritage properties, and there are 2 landscape areas on the campus with heritage attributes. One of concern for this application is number 2, which is the Great Lawn, which has heritage attributes viewing over it in the dish shape. If we keep going, the current Yonge and St. Clair secondary plan identifies open areas, views of the city center, the escarpment, and existing view terminus as elements on the De La Salle campus that are features for the neighborhood. And the application, the minor variance application in no way detracts from any of those, but they do talk about how the campus is an amenity for the area. If we keep going, the site context of the arena comes up first, showing some of the old ice making equipment now exposed on Avenue Road. If we keep going, we see the current view of the building on Avenue Road with the scale of some of the buildings in the surrounding. If we keep going, the Avenue Road neighborhood character consists of residential buildings from 4 to 14 stories. And then as we move further east into Farnham, the residential streets, they're about, 2 to 3 stories residential buildings. If we keep moving through, we just wanted to note that we worked with the students, the parents, the campus leadership, to determine the best way for the students to have a facility to spend their time in a productive way in preparation for post-secondary life. If we keep going to page 16 to 19, there are some images describing the current arena building. If we keep going, scrolling down, these are some interior pictures of the types of space the students will use. If we keep scrolling down, we see the existing arena in the dashed red line. If we keep going, we identified the blue areas here that are additions. On the next slide, we show in green the renovated area, in light blue area to be removed and replaced for the project. And then if we skip a few pages, scroll all the way down to here, we had identified the original variances and how the height was reduced for the application, so the height is no longer a variance we apply for. And so if we move down a few more pages, the current variances we have 2 variances. One is for parking. The current bylaw requires more parking spaces to be added, but the bylaw that's about to come in will not require any parking spaces, so that's one. The second variance is the minimum side yard setback variance. On the north, we're required to have a 7.5 meter setback, and we are proposing to reduce that to 1.5 meters. And on the west, we require a 7.5 meter setback from Avenue, and we are applying to reduce that to 6.1 meters. So on the next page, you can see that graphically. So the darker orange is the north side yard setback encroachment over and above what the existing arena does. And the lighter yellow or pumpkin is the west encroachment into the side yard setback. And then if we go to the next page, this is the ground floor plan of the proposal, where you can see that great lawn, that heritage landscape element to the south, and the Edmund traffic lights as well. The alignments of those can't move any further south. So those set the southern portion of the additions. And then if we flip to the second floor on the next page, you can see the gym is the west addition, and it can be divided into two separate gymnasiums, one to run a class, one to have informal basketball games. And so the northern, sorry?
Yeah, I was just going to tell you, you're coming up to 6 minutes. If I can, can you wrap it up, please?
Sure, sure. If you want to just scroll through the next few exterior renderings, then you'll have a sense of the application. And just to note, from the original, we've reduced this application by about 40% in height and area.
I'll have you back anyway after we hear from the opposition, and that's the panel will hold any questions until then also. Okay, do you have the first ones?
Paula, you've been unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Could you put up my slides? Apparently H3A correspondence in opposition 7.
Okay, and before you start speaking, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, my name is Paula Ghosh, and I live at 423 Avenue Road, Unit 4. I'm wondering if you can slide down to the slides and stop at that first slide. We believe that the requested, so first of all, we're in opposition, but we believe that the requested variances to the bylaw for setbacks from both our property line and Avenue Road and the construction of a large addition would be like having a massive 40-foot high cube extending the full length of our property. This would impact the enjoyment of both our exterior property and our condos due to the shadowing and loss of greenery. We believe that the spirit of the bylaw would not be respected, as the massing of this building would be up against our residential building and would also impact the Avenue Road sidewalk approaching from both directions. You can ignore the writing that's on those slides. That was for the presentation. I'm just going to speak to them now. So this first one shows the south lawn, which is adjacent to the De La Salle arena. It's our south lawn. You can see that the proximity of the white brick wall and the tall trunks that are just behind that iron fence, that is where the new building would be. The proposed addition would take up most of what you see right now in terms of the space in this picture. And based on the shadows just that little fence is creating, our property and building would be shadowed all day. Next slide, please. This was just to show, we measured out from the property line exactly how far in the buildings would be. So as you can see, if you think of that last slide, the building would be considerably closer to us and inside the pine trees, which would be chopped down, than the existing building. Next slide, please. The slide to the left is from our condo, which is on the 4th floor. And basically where the Austrian pines you see through that window is where the building would be. We would lose all view of the sky and greenery. And you can see a sloping of the roof a little bit in the corner there. The new roof is considerably higher. It would go at least to the mullions, if not higher. And those Austrian pines are slated for removal. If you then look at the photo on the top right, when the arena was constructed, the design of the sloped roof allowed for light to shine onto the properties to the north, which includes ours. It also protected the centenary oak. Given that the new building will have a vertical exterior wall that will be several meters higher than the apex of the current roof, and a large flat roof, we are concerned about this oak. It will clearly need severe trimming given the many branches that overhang the roof, and the picture at the bottom shows it at ground level, adjacent to that white building, which is slated for demolition and will come closer to the oak. Next slide, please. This is the view of our building of 423 Avenue Road approaching from the south. Dappled shadows of the trees are evident on the exterior wall of the lower level of the building. As we have said, the massive addition is proposed to be close to the property line, and according to the architect at the Dell information session, will actually be 13.3 meters from ground level in this location because the measurement for 11 meters was used elsewhere. Plus, there will be an additional mechanical tower of up to 5 meters above that. It will also be significantly closer to Avenue Road than the existing building that you can see there, particularly if the variance is allowed. Therefore, much of our building will be shadowed at all times, and the massive warehouse-looking building, which is what the gym looks like from certain angles, will remove much of the soft landscaping that is visible here and risks hindering the mature locust trees that are along the property line, and the sidewalk approaches on Avenue Road will also be hindered. Next slide, please. This is a view from the interior of the building, and you can see that the sloped roof and the lower mechanical building, which is the little extension at the bottom, do allow a view of light and sky and greenery, and that originally, as you could see in some of the previous slides that the architect showed, there was a significant cutout in the roof in order to allow that, so that the building in proximity to our building allowed for light and greenery and so on to be visible from our condo. This arena, as you see it, is significantly smaller than the proposed building. My last slide is the next slide, please. I'm sorry for my own interpretation, but I didn't know how else to draw this. But basically, this is the same photo, and in absence of a north elevation, which was not provided for us by the architects, but based on their other drawings and explanations provided, this is likely how large the addition will appear from our condo building. The massive building would be within 1.5 meters of our property line and closer to Avenue Road if the variances are allowed. That little area to the upper left would be the tower, which would go significantly higher. I took this standing on the fourth floor. We are really convinced that there are ways for De La Salle Private School to modify the design and positioning of the gym within their building.
I just want to ask you to wrap up, please. You're over 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I just wanted to say that we would hope that they could use the existing footprint in order to lessen the massing and negative impact on us, because we do live here 24 hours a day, every day, and we would love to see some modifications that would still allow them to carry on with their health center, but wouldn't have a negative impact on us. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker, panel members? Seeing none, thank you. If we could go to the next speaker, please.
Lynn Leary, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Lynn Lurie, and I live at 423 Avenue Road in Unit 6, directly adjacent to the planned building, and I'm speaking in opposition. The new building will have a direct impact on my life. The proximity to the property line, 6 meters closer than the bylaw permits, will dramatically increase the effect of the massive scale of the western addition. The impact of loss of sunlight will be enormous, continuous, and unavoidable, and appears to be in direct conflict with the purpose and intent of the setback bylaw. The only private green space we have is directly adjacent to the property line, and Paula has just shown you pictures of that. And considering the scale of the building, our garden will probably die from lack of sunlight. It will certainly affect the way we are able to use and enjoy this area. There was no consultation with us in the planning stage, and we found out about the public information evening purely by chance. However, I believe there are other reasonable solutions that can be reached through dialogue without jeopardizing the benefits to the students, while at the same time taking into consideration the concerns for the neighbors' quality of life, such as flipping the design so the higher elevation is not directly in front of my living room. I know this falls under the classification of a minor variance, but the impact on our lives will be major. And my husband would like to speak as well, David.
My name is David Lurie. I'm at the same address and I'm also in opposition. While I agree with repurposing the hockey arena to better suit the needs of the De La Salle students, I believe it's a good idea, but this current plan comes with a very heavy cost to the residents in the condos on the lower floors of our building, of which I'm one. My objection is to the large western addition. Neither our board nor management were consulted at the planning stage. In fact, we were unaware of the project until very recently. They are placing a 13-meter high cubed structure just 9 meters from our dining room and living room windows. We would be looking directly at the back of the building. On the plans, there's no sketch of this view. Despite numerous requests, it has not been provided to us, likely for the reason that it is a solid wall. Furthermore, there are three very mature Austrian pines which screen our current view of the arena and stand about a meter from the property line. These are to be sacrificed. If the proper setback of 7.5 meters is maintained, these trees could possibly be saved. The purpose of the bylaw on setbacks is precisely for instances like this, where the rights of severely impacted neighbors need to be protected. I therefore implore you, the committee, please do not grant this variance. Give the residents of 423 Avenue Road some breathing space. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speakers, panel members? Seeing none, thank you. Okay.
Aaron, you've been unmuted.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, my name is Aaron Platt. I am counsel to York Condominium Corporation 263. It's the building immediately to the north of the site at Avenue Road. You've just heard from one of my, or a couple of my clients' residents, and I will try to limit my comments and let them speak to impacts more directly, but there are a few matters I'd like to cover quickly if I could. Firstly, the application before you does not satisfy the requirements of Section 45(1) of the Planning Act, the 4 tests. In particular, the variance for side yard setbacks does not maintain the purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw, which includes broad setback requirements for non-residential buildings, particularly in R zones. We are not in an MCR zone, a mixed-use zone, a commercial zone, an employment zone, a higher density zone of any sort. We are in the prototypical R zoning, which has an extremely well thought out setback for non-residential buildings. The variances are not desirable for the appropriate development of the property. And further, the variance is certainly not minor. It results in several undue impacts that are not contemplated by any of the existing permissions in the zoning bylaw. These include impacts to shadow, sky views, and to some degree canyoning. Lastly, and as far as I've heard so far, the applicant did not offer any support for how the variances meet each of the 4 tests. There has not been a stitch of language about the purpose and intent of the R zone requirements for 7.5 meter setbacks. I note that despite requests made directly to the applicant and through the councillor's office, the applicant finally distributed some limited information on shadows and noise to our client. I note, and this is in the presentation that the architect took you through, and if you don't mind taking us to that now, that would be lovely. You'll see it's time-stamped October 7th. Notwithstanding the transmission to the city, those materials were withheld from my client until Sunday afternoon of the long weekend. I'll let you draw your own conclusions as to why that may be when they were freely made available to staff and the committee. As I'm sure you've seen, the latest submission includes a series of renderings. The renderings appear to largely be an attempt to illustrate the proposal and identify shadow and noise impacts. But there are discrepancies in the illustrations. And if we could cycle through some of those very quickly. This is the October 7th submission. I don't know what number it is.
Okay, which
But if we-
picture in particular do you want?
So if you go to a couple, just go further down a couple,
Mhm.
a few more to where we get to some of the renderings. Okay, you'll see, for example, on, I guess it was page, in mine it was page 54. I'm not sure where this started. So if we keep going through, yeah, thank you. Missed the old days when I would just put it on the screen in front of you.
Yeah, well, we may get back to that someday.
All right, if we could just go through a little bit quicker. I just know I'm chewing up my time, so if you'll bear with me. Keep going a little bit. Yeah, you can see there, these are the renderings of the building. Okay, and if we keep going, please. Thank you. You'll see here, no, if you just go up, previous scheme and current scheme. I'd like you to take into account the location of, for example, the mechanical penthouse in the current scheme. Okay, so that's the revision. And if we look at the location of that, you can see it's pretty much on the north side of that building. Now let's scroll down a little bit further because this is an important point that I want to make sure you understand. Keep going. Keep going, please. Yep, go like 5 or 6 at least. Yep. Now here, stop, up. You'll see the mechanical penthouse is in a different location. Now the applicant is relying on all this material to try to convince you that this application is appropriate. Now the renderings tell one story, but I note that revised plans that reflect these renderings are not before the committee. You have not been provided with updated plans, to my knowledge, that reflect these changes. And I would commend the committee to ensure that it has the appropriate plans before it makes a decision on this application. Because the applicant is asking you to rely on the good work that they've done, but they haven't given you the plans. And so you don't actually have plans you can even attach to the variances as conditions. You have unupdated plans. My respectful submission, that's a big problem, especially when the mechanical penthouse's placement, the applicant is saying, is critical to the noise mitigation measures. If we can't identify where those are going to be based on plans and measurements that are before you, I'm not sure how you can tie that to your decision.
Mr. Platt, I've given you some extra time, but can you wrap up, please?
Yes, please. With respect to the setbacks, I note that we are dealing again with a 6-meter reduction in the setback, or about 19 and a half meters. In conjunction with the sheer wall that would be placed here, this is nothing contemplated by the zoning bylaw whatsoever. The height of the wall is directly in proportion to the required setback. That is being completely ignored in this location.
Okay.
The zoning bylaw requires that substantial side yard setback variance because we're dealing with an R zone where a building such as...
Mr. Platt, I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off. You're almost at 6.5 minutes now. I did give you some extra time because of the scrolling, so I'm sorry.
Well, if I could finish with one last statement.
I asked you to finish 45 seconds ago. I'll give you 15 seconds.
Thank you. I would ask that the committee also look at the survey heights and compare that to the heights that are located in these plans. I would ask that the committee defer treatment of this application until it has proper updated plans before it, failing which I would ask that the application be denied on the basis that it does not meet the 4 tests.
Thank you.
So far, you haven't heard any.
Okay, thank you. Can I have the next speaker, please?
Stephen, you've been unmuted.
Oh.
Hello.
Hi, can you please state your name and address for the record, sir?
My name is Stephen Drillsma. I am a resident at 423 Avenue Road, the building that accommodates 24 people immediately adjacent to this development.
Okay.
And so my home is also directly adjacent to the LaSalle hockey rink and the proposed development that would require the approval of these variances.
Can you move a little closer to the mic, please? Because I can barely hear you.
Okay, let's see. Okay. While I strongly support student education and healthy student development, I'm very happy that granting these variances will only come after your careful consideration of all of the factors that have been raised so far. My concerns specifically are because of our building, as you saw in some of those images, the building 423 Avenue Road property is not large. And by moving and our green space is between our building and the proposed building. And that's the only green space that we really have. If approvals are granted to proceed as proposed, the west side of the proposed building will have only the 8 meters setback from our property. We would lose the 3 mature trees that are there. And so that would significantly impact us, me as an individual. Let's see, and also was mentioned the bigger mass, the flat roof that's higher than the sloped roof on the existing hockey rink will have a very adverse impact on shadowing in our unit. I'm on the 5th floor, and definitely impact the garden that we have and the green space that we have. Secondly, the variance to locate the building on the west side closer to Avenue Road, 1.4 meters closer to Avenue Road, will present visibility challenges and potential safety issues for me, my wife, in our vehicle when we try to exit our driveway onto the very busy Avenue Road. As the city is currently in the process of the Avenue Road study, it would be counterintuitive to approve this variance before decisions are made with respect to the Avenue Road improvements. Just give me a second. Given the very large footprint of De La Salle property, one would think that there would be alternatives to achieve the goals for the college and the students that fall within the city bylaws and respect the well-being and living standards of its neighbors. This would perhaps be achieved by dividing the proposed building into separate structures on the campus. Yes, and also, as was mentioned earlier, it's clear that this development has been in the works for many, many months. But I was only made aware of this by one of my neighbors just days before the De La Salle information session on September 13th. In addition, as was also mentioned, we asked at that time for additional information on acoustics and the shadowing. And indeed, this past Sunday in the afternoon is when we got some of the material that you got. We haven't received all of it. Based on all of the above, I hereby request that you do not approve the setback variance requests as submitted, as the adverse impacts on my wife, myself, and my neighbors in our building would be significant. And I thank you. In addition, actually, I have one more thing to say. I request that you carefully consider the points made by Sarah Pierce in her submission dated October 4, points very relevant to the variances requested. Sarah, unfortunately, is unable to attend today as a result of an accident that occurred after she made her submission. I thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Panel members, do you have any questions of this speaker? And also, did you have any questions of the previous speaker? No? Okay, thanks. Did you have David and Lynn Lurie or not? They spoke. Okay. All right. So this is our last speaker then? Oh, yeah, they're on my list twice.
Yeah.
I'm like, I didn't, yeah, okay.
Golnaz, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Hello, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Golnaz Yekrangian at 119 Farnham Avenue. We are excited about the new arena for the De La Salle School, but we have a couple of concerns. One concern is the setback variance that has been mentioned by others. The setback of 7.5 meters is there to protect light and privacy for the backyard of the neighboring properties. So we believe reducing it to 1.5 meters is not minor. If the committee sees fit to approve the proposal, we ask that there is at least a condition that it would be limited to the existing and not added to that. Also, we have a concern about a relatively large structure for garbage collection on the northeast side of the lot. It is not part of the building, we understand that, and probably that's why there is no mention of it in the arborist report, but it is part of the site, and we believe that considering that the new proposal comes with new access roads and landscaping, there is an opportunity to address this structure. It is a rather large structure. You can see it on the survey. It is labeled container, and you can see it on the site plan. It's a big rectangle on the northeast corner of the lot that is hatched. And you can see it in pages 10 and 11 of the arborist report. We have noticed this structure because when we wanted to install an ancillary building in the back of our property, our arborist recommended that we don't do it. And we see that this structure is even closer to the trees on the northeast side of the property. So we ask that the committee proposes a condition that given the new access roads on the site, maybe there could be a new location or a better location for this structure that would protect the trees on the northeast side. And also we understand that the structure is also taking up space that could be given to parking, which is another deficiency of the application. Thank you for considering our thoughts.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker, panel members? Okay. All right, if I could have Catherine back, and I'm not sure if Mr. Gillies also needs to, I guess we can go to him if Catherine can't answer questions. Okay, are you there, Catherine?
Hi. Okay.
So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to speak only to the issues raised.
Okay. One thing we did want to note is that we did try to set up a meeting with the neighbors at 423 Avenue Road. There wasn't a time that worked for everyone. We proposed a time and they proposed a time, and it fell through. So that's why the information was circulated. Our preference was to give it to them during a discussion and have a back and forth. In terms of the material has been on the city website for everyone to access. And I think that's how everyone had the original application information. So that's definitely been available. Some other notes in terms of the mechanical penthouse. We had proposed moving it further away from the building after the open house discussion with the neighbors because it seemed to be an area of concern. I don't believe it's the case that moving them away is contingent on the actual noise threshold being met. I think that was just us trying to be considerate and saying, we're willing to do this. It's more complicated and more difficult from the building and mechanical design, but De La Salle has, indicated that they are interested in outreach to the neighbors in that way. In terms of tree planting, in our material, we did identify in sort of the appendix material, I don't know if we can open that up and scroll to it. We talked to MWLA, our landscape architects. They identified trees and planting material that is appropriate for the shared north property line. Beech trees, they propose, would do well in that location, be tall and columnar, screen the view, as well. I'm just going through my notes. In terms of that large oak tree, we've worked with the arborist. There's a number of majestic trees along the north and west and south of this building, and those are all being maintained. We're working hard with the arborist to maintain those. I'm trying to run through. We would note that for a lot of the residents, they do have a full floor in the building to the north of us. They aren't they don't only have the view available to the south. There is sort of northeast-west views out from the building on that site. In terms of safety and sidewalk, urban design did request we enlarge the sidewalk, give over a portion of our property on the western portion of Avenue Road in front of the west addition, which De La Salle has agreed to. And the shadow studies, we did do the shadow analysis. If you look at June and March, you can see clearly that, for the summer months, there is no impact for this proposal on the greenscape to the north. That sounded like to be a major concern for a lot of people. I know there was a resident on the 6th floor that was concerned their view would be blocked, but from what we can tell, looking at the streetscape and that building, there would be no impact to the view on the 6th floor. And then in terms of shadows, it's limited on even the March and September periods to, I think, earlier than 10 a.m. the shadow impacts for June and September. And then in December, I think it's from 2 p.m. and earlier it does impact. But December is typically the darkest month. So the building itself, because there is no height variance being requested, the building doesn't have the shadow impact that people may have assumed without looking at these. And we did these 3D views to sort of try and alleviate everyone's concern.
Okay.
Phil, was there anything you wanted to add, or did I use up all the time?
You've got about half a minute left. Did you want to comment on the garbage structure that was raised?
That's not part of our work, so it's not something we can comment on. It's a different part of the campus. Also, just to note, the building to the north, the ground floor, isn't a residential building. So the residential units are 2 floors and above. And this is, the acoustic slide where we identify, we're under 50 decibels daytime and 45 evening for the mechanical units on top of the west addition.
Okay, well, you're at 5 minutes, so let me see if the panel has any questions for you. Mr. Nipfel, and then Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have 2 questions. Could you, on the site plan, show me where this garbage building is, even though it's not part of your work? You're the applicant here, and we need you to explain to us the application. So on the site plan, I can't find it.
I mean, we didn't, I think they're temporary structures. I think they're, if we look to the east, if you look at the Woodland Avenue, I'm not 100% sure, what the issue is there. Our site
Where
boundary,
is it? Where is garbage stored?
so if, I don't know how to describe this. So on the eastern portion of the site, the northeastern portion of the site,
Yes.
there is an area there where the garbage is stored and
Okay,
picked.
I still can't see it. Where is it? Where the parking is or where? See, on your site plan, it doesn't go over that far. Your site plan ends at the roadway. So is it, I'd just like to know where this garbage, because it's a big issue with a facility as large as this. I need to know where you're storing garbage. You must know that.
It's private collection. It's
Yeah,
not.
I know, but you're storing it outside, right?
So if you see, there's a number of parking spots just on the north portion.
Yes, yes.
So and there's an area in a rectangle where there are no parking spots. That's the area where the garbage is stored.
So, but it's access to parking spaces, so how can you use it for garbage storage?
There is a path in front of the garbage spaces to the very eastern portion of the property line. And there's a driveway, like a drive aisle south of that area that allows access to the rest of the site.
Okay, I think in fairness to the people that are objecting, that needs to be a little clearer. And I mean, I frankly find it not very clear itself. And if I were objecting to this, that would be something I'd be very concerned with. That's my first point. My second point is, it's not like you're on a severely constrained site. This is a huge site, and we're talking about a setback of 7.5 meters, and your proposal is to make it 1.5 meters, which sounds like really small potatoes on a property of this size. What is there that precludes the most western addition from not being pushed further to the south and providing a greater green space? If you look at the existing condition, the existing building has the majority of the central part of the existing building has a large north side yard setback. I fail to see, given the proximity of the condo, why that proposed one-story west addition couldn't be just pushed further to the south and provide for a larger setback. Am I missing something?
Yeah, we're constrained from moving any further south by the green, that heritage green, and the Edmund Avenue traffic lights. So there's an existing drive aisle and gates aligned at that intersection and a set of lights. And so we can't go any further south for that west addition.
You could change the lights, could you not? Or is that because they're
No.
adjacent to they're across the road from another?
We did look at that with the traffic engineer, and they identified it's a severe safety hazard if you try to do that, because it's all about the alignments when people come out across from Edmund.
Yeah. Okay, that's reasonable. I'm very concerned with the setback that we've heard so much about. When we were reading the agenda material, it's the one area that is very concerning to the residents in the area, and I think, in fairness, their views need to be addressed, and I really think there needs to be more flexibility on that setback. But that's my view.
Ms. Hayes?
Hi, thank you. Further to Mr. Platt's point, I would like to hear your submissions on how, because I haven't heard any specific submissions with respect to how you believe what you're proposing meets the general intent and purpose of the official plan and the zoning bylaw that's in place on this property, and that it is in fact appropriate.
So we did talk a little bit about the Avenue Road secondary plan, which identifies some features of the campus, which are features contributing back to the community at large. In terms of the 4 tests, it is appropriate. It's a school function, and we're reusing an existing building. We're minimizing as much as we can the amount to be destroyed in order to promote sustainable low embodied carbon construction. We do believe it's minor considering the applications that have been approved along Avenue Road during our research for this hearing. There are large, dense buildings with very minimal setbacks along Avenue Road. And this is definitely below any of the encroachments and variances that were allowed for those. It does meet the general intent of the zoning bylaw again. It's a school addition on a school site. We do believe it's appropriate. It's within the height. It takes an existing encroachment and extends it total of 5.7 meters along Avenue Road. Avenue Road, the city's avenues in the official plan do promote density much higher than a gym. And so in that sense, it is appropriate with the intent of the zoning bylaw in the official plan.
Mr. Clay, did you have a question?
Yeah, I did. Thanks, Chair. First off, I think you and your associates have done an awful lot of work to advance this proposal. So thank you for all the material you've sent. But I'm a little bit, what I'm hearing from the residents of the condominium building is that they feel pretty strongly that they haven't either been consulted or they haven't been heard. And you've mentioned that you've had public open houses and it's been posted on the website, and there were attempts made to meet with those residents. But I worry that that there hasn't been the kind of dialogue with those who are frankly most directly affected to see if there isn't a solution. To my colleague Carl's point, I'm not really convinced in this instance that there isn't an alternative available that might satisfy the college's interests in, expanding this facility and creating a medical and student facility, and still satisfy what I think are reasonable concerns by those folks who have bought into a building and now stand to have their enjoyment of that fairly dramatically impacted. So I don't know if there's a question in there as much as a statement, but maybe I'll leave it to your sense. Do you think that you have had a sufficient discussion with the folks in the condo building to the point where there is no opportunity for any kind of solution or compromise?
I believe De La Salle's intention is to be a good neighbor, and I think, the community uses the grounds at De La Salle, and De La Salle allows that to happen, even though it's a private property. We've listed, we're moving and complicating the mechanical design. We're increasing vegetation on the roof. We're reviewing enhanced landscaping on the north after hearing the concerns. We're increasing articulation of the design on Avenue Road. We're doing, as much as we can reasonably to respond to the concerns we had at the open house that De La Salle hosted. And then attempted, even though there was no requirement for acoustic reports or shadow studies, De La Salle invested in the consultants to provide that work to assure the residences that there didn't need to be the level of concern that seemed to be becoming apparent during the open house. There were sort of people brought council representation, and I think things were characterized maybe in an inflammatory way that we didn't expect and we didn't think was required. I think we've done everything we can to negotiate a balance between providing the facility that the school needs and reusing and repurposing a building, and also trying to temper the design to the satisfaction of the people that surround it.
Mr. Chang.
Hi, can our colleague move the screen to the page in the presentation file site plan and level 1 floor plan. So I actually have the same question as Kyle and Larry was wondering about the length of the building, basically, to fit the programs that you were given to fit in. And I think I can tell you have no choice but to squeeze the building towards the left side of your drawing, which resulting in reduction of the setback from 7.5 to 1 point something. So if you keep going, sorry, yes, keep going down. It's actually, keep going down, please. Keep going down. Yes, that's right. So this is the site plan, and you can see that the dotted line is the existing building, and you're basically building around it. And can you scroll down a little bit to the next page, level 1 floor plan? On my set, right? So that one, sorry, that's the one. You have the upper one, please. Sorry. The site plan showing the variances. So although you put it in this orange zone, but I think the whole strip, the gray block, I don't know how to describe it.
With the crosshatch or the
With
diagonal.
the crosshatch, right? It is all the way down part of the GFA that is kind of getting into this setback. It's not just the orange and yellow.
Yeah, the existing arena encroaches where that gray tone is, and then the additional proposal is identified in the orange and the pumpkin colors.
Right. So that's the area. And if you scroll down to the plan, I'm trying to understand why you need that corner. It's because you have to fit the gym, and there's a standard size. You have to plug in this template, and you have X amount of change rooms, and the student commons are probably someone give you the size to fit. So I was just wondering, I think the problem is to meet the ideal scenario of your client's intent would sacrifice quite a bit of your neighbor's enjoyment of the public space. The 7.5, if you look, you're an architect too, so if you go back to your elevation, your height is about 13 meters, right? 7.5 and 30, that's like almost 45 degrees sunlight, no matter where the sun is coming from.
Oh,
It's
and
very
sorry,
precious.
our height is 10.5 meters.
10.5, that's right,
from
sorry,
established grade.
10.5 at that point. And if you have 7.5 setback, that's, I think, one speaker in the opposition side, I believe he's the lawyer representing the neighborhoods, mentioned about a specific setback numbers defined in this kind of non-residential building in the residential zone. I think that's probably what he's referring to. In me, I mean, I understand it graphically, that's the importance of that 7.5. And I think that's what the neighbors are trying to protect. So I think I mean, I'm not convinced, so I just want to give you one more chance to convince us that that reduction of that setbacks is really required by your program, and the impact is not as much as how the neighbors describe. I mean, you have to come up with a argument to convince that, not just because of how important the building is, but very specifically to this bylaw. How does that 7.5 is not relevant, and therefore 1.5 is acceptable. And then you have to justify that you have a program needs to push that building to that site. I think that will help us to kind of make a better decision.
Okay, if the person controlling the slides were able to scroll down to the shadow study, the AXO views, they help describe the massing of the building. I will note that the tower itself is 7.5 meters. The neighbors to the north, 423, is 7.5 meters away from the property line, and then if with this variance, it's 9 meters separation. So a 14-story building separated 9 meters from sort of a high 2-story gymnasium building. And maybe go down maybe 2 or 3 pages where the enlarged access. So a slide like this describes the impact of the massing of this building on the site neighboring to the north. I think in the city of Toronto, when you have a full floor as a suite, and where I live and where I think for people presenting for the last 11 hours, they would dream about a 9-meter setback from the building to the south, over which they look and have the enjoyment of a heritage protected green, full access to that. It's not a city park; it's privately owned and allowed to be accessed by these neighbors and other people in the community. So, I think in terms of the city densifying responsibly, I think 9-meter distance between these buildings is very reasonable. In terms of the requirement of the program, the school is promoting healthy use of time outside of a structured environment. The schedule has been changed to prepare them for post-secondary life, so they have a lot more free time in their schedule. And so this building is in response to preparing these citizens of tomorrow. And we think it is very important to provide this athletic facility at this location within the bounds that we have attached to this existing building, in order to provide for future generations. There's 680 students that attend this every year, and there are shadow impacts, for some months in the winter on the north side of some of the residents, but they do have other views out of their full floor units. They can look to the north. They can look to the east, west, and south. North. So it is quite reasonable and tempered in terms of its approach. We were trying to be quite sensitive. There is, planting that we're exploring with our landscape architect to try and screen the view if it's the view of the form that's of the most concern.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Chang?
Yes, I think she's tried her best, but still I find that the residents on that floor, those 5 windows or 4 windows, they would be highly sacrificed. It was supposed to be 15 meters, 7.5 to, 7.5 from the for the condo and 7.5 for the school. And now the school wants to go in further, and that's why we only have 9. I think the question is it fair? Is it, meeting the, so I respect the intent and the greatness of the school, but if we are talking about zooming out a bit as a whole community, including the neighborhood, I think that's what we have to look at as well.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? All right, let's take it into committee then. Mr. Niffel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a difficult application. It was difficult reviewing initially, and I've spent more time on it than I have on any application since I was appointed to the committee. I want very much to recommend it for approval, and yet I don't think it is reasonable that a proposal by an adjacent property should place this kind of negative impact on the residents immediately to the north. I don't buy that there isn't an alternative for developing with the side yard setback that is in the bylaw. I think it requires some more time and some more ingenuity. This firm is not without ingenuity. It's one of the best firms in the country. I frankly have to say that I'm sorry to say that I'm unable to support variance number 1. I just don't think it's a reasonable alternative in this particular case. I think the applicant needs to go back to the drawing board and look at alternatives. I don't, excuse me, I don't see the advantage in a deferral because given a number of opportunities by a number of us, the applicant has basically said, we've done everything we can do. So if what we have before us is the best that can be done, I don't think it's good enough. in the community context. And on that basis, I will not be supporting the application that is before us.
Mr.
I
Chang.
have a question to the staff. If we reject this application, is that I think there was one regulation saying that they can't come back within 1 year. Am I right? They can't change the design for the first year. They have to come back after a year to reapply. Am I right?
Through you, Madam Chair, if you are to refuse this application today, there is the option of appeal to TLAB.
Right.
And if they wish not to appeal and to submit a new application with a different proposal, then that is something that they can also do.
Mr.
Alternatively, if it's deferred, they could come back with a revision, correct?
That would be a
Yes.
second deferral.
Yes, that is correct. If you defer, you're deferring so that they can come back with a revised proposal.
Okay, thanks.
So, yeah, I think that there's a whole bunch of, I'm saying, I mean, I'd love to be able to approve this. I think it's a worthy initiative to expand and provide additional amenities to the students of the school. And it's been there forever. But I am sympathetic to the residents of the tower next door. You know, if it's not unreasonable, given where the bylaws are, that, you know, that they should be able to expect a 7-meter setback from their residences. That's what the bylaw is there for. And when it impinges on their view and their sunlight, I think that's a concern. I wonder, and maybe we should just kick it around, because I'd hate to see this just kind of get kicked to TLAB and have its way there without the opportunity for some better dialogue, I think, between the proponents and the residents of that building to see whether there in fact isn't some alternatives that might be able to be considered and put into play. So I wonder if a deferral, even though it is a second one, I wonder if a deferral, but with the proviso that the deferral is specifically to seek and engage with those residents to see if there, and frankly, there may not be. But my concern is I'm hearing from the residents that they don't feel that they have had sufficient or appropriate dialogue with the proponents. And in that instance, I think this is a big proposal. It's an important proposal. I think it would be served better if there is an opportunity for a good sit down and to see if there is an alternative. And frankly, as I say, there may not be one. But I wonder if the application deserves that opportunity for that dialogue. And a deferral, frankly, I think would enable that. So that's just a suggestion.
Ms. Hayes.
This is a very difficult application. I mean, on the surface, when you're saying, well, the setback, or part of it is already at that point. But I think the nature of the building that's being proposed here is much different. It's not just the extension of the existing side yard further along and filling in the little corner. I agree with Larry in terms of, it's an admirable proposal. I think that there's been a lot of thought put into it, but I think that the provisions of the zoning bylaw with respect to the side yard setback at 7.5 meters, and we're looking at 1.5, is quite substantive. And I think that the new built form, I can acknowledge and appreciate the concerns by the residents. If there's an opportunity to have actual real discussion that might result in a different application than we have here today, then I could agree to a deferral, but I'm not comfortable with the I don't have as much concern with the variance to the side yard setback on the west. It's to the north. And I can't support that portion of the application.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens, Chair. If you like, I'll just move a motion to defer and see what folks think about that.
Okay, so motion to defer moved by Mr. Clay. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Cheng. All in favor?
And I think that's good. I think, can I put a proviso in there that
Yes,
the
please
reason
do.
for the
Yeah.
reason for the deferral is specifically to engage with the residents of, what's the address on Avenue Road?
423.
The residents of 423 Avenue Road to discuss the proposal and to determine whether there might be opportunity for alternatives which might, either mitigate or try to satisfy some of those concerns.
I think
Could you include in that issues such as garbage storage? Because that was raised by at least half of the people. And I didn't get an answer as to where garbage is stored and how it's stored. And I think there were a lot of concerns about that as well. So could that be part of the discussion as well? It doesn't sound like it's worked out.
I'm not sure. I sort of went on Google Maps and you can actually see the storage area to the east where they store it. It's in one of those GFL bins, right?
Okay, but there was reference from the people to the north about a new storage space, I thought, and the applicant really wasn't able to identify where it is or how. I just think that the whole idea of garbage storage isn't clear.
Okay. Sure. Then that would include.
Larry, did you specifically, I know you said for 423 Avenue Road to have discussions, but it's very specific to that setback on the north lot line because the parking variance was never mentioned, and so it's really about that one.
Yeah, that was my intent, and I think that's the issue, frankly, that that we are mostly concerned about.
Yeah, I don't think the increase of the size would have that much of impact of traffic or parkings anyway. It's more about the neighbors in that condo.
Okay, so Catherine and Phil, I really hope that you're able to work something out with the neighbors and come back with something. Because I think that we can all agree that the intentions of De La Salle are honorable and it's a good project, but it does impact the residents next door. So with that, I want to thank everybody. I'm sorry it went so late. It was a pretty...
Did we vote on the deferral, Chair?
I thought, no, we didn't. There you go. Yeah, we did. We did. Everybody was in favor. Yeah. I'm not losing it. I'm tired, but we did vote on it. So with that, the meeting concludes at 8:26 p.m. Thank you, everybody. It's been a long day.
Chair. You were great as usual.
Yes, Chair. You always keep us on the straight and narrow.
And thanks to Sabrina and her team as well.
Yes, guys.
Thank you,
great
everyone.
Job.
Have a good evening.
Thanks, team.
Bye.
Bye. Geez, then I start to doubt myself. It's like, yeah, we did vote on it, right? Yeah, we did.
I just can't remember.
No, it's